Good morning, good morning. I'm thinking it turned on, but I'm not positive. I'm like getting all bundled up. Okay. I had the kookiest dreams last night. I don't know if they were kooky, but they were pretty intense. Oh shit, I didn't take my medicine. One way or another, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you one way or another. I'm gonna find you. Oh, do I need the other one? Oh, how many days do I have left of that? I think I do. I seriously can't wait until this medicine thing is over. All right. All right. Ladies, yeah. All right. Okay. Oh my God. You can just tell when I'm not wearing a bra. You can just tell. Good morning. Holy macaronis. Holy macaronis. Holy macaronis. Always look for the timestamp. I got a tank top on. I think the shirt I had on yesterday because it's like a fleece. And then I just put a sweatshirt on. It's a little chilly here in New England. Can you ask a question? Where'd that go? Didn't somebody just ask me if they can ask a question? I was thinking about you and then the tribe. Good morning. Jennifer. Free read. Do I do free reads? Once in a while, I do free reads. Like on YouTube. Maybe one day I'll come on and do that soon. I haven't done that in a while. So, oh, who is stalking you on social media? Somebody, maybe. Who knows? Always somebody, if it's somebody. If it's somebody. Just because we have that in the reads doesn't mean it's for everybody, but there's always somebody looking at something, right? So I want to figure this out. In my dream last night, messages keep disappearing. I don't know if she's taking it away, if somebody's. Maybe it's the word stalk. I don't know why it keeps doing that. But this is driving me nuts. I got this one going this way, and this one more like a twirl. You see that? I don't know what's happening here. It's actually, no word of a lie, it's throwing me off. No, is it not throwing you off? And, I typically don't this stuff doesn't bother me, but that's just, like, flowy and curvy, and this one's just like a I don't know if I can fix that. I don't know if I did anything. No, it's worse. Fuck that shit. Alright, so I've been having dreams. There was meteorites in my dreams last night, and I just looked. The next one, peak October 20th to 21st, 2022, which is actually today or tomorrow. So this is in the beginning of my dream that's linked to. Remember we were talking about tripping, and I don't know how this is all coming into play and yada, yada, yada. Well, it was weird. It's like I went to a retreat in my dream. I knew it was 2 weeks, and it had to have been this really warm place because it was like 6 beds or 7 double beds all under a canopy. I happened to be in a tent. I felt more comfortable for some reason, but then at some point somebody took my stuff and put it on a bed, and I was out of a tent, and I was like, oh, okay. People kept trying to convince me to take shrooms. And I'm like, do I? Do I not? I don't know what to do. And then a couple people had already taken them. And I'm like, what's up with you or whatnot? And then I could tell she was high, but it was like a different type of high. And she'd already taken the shrooms. So they're like, cool, you want to take the shrooms? And I'm like, well, no, you already fucking took the shrooms. I didn't even know this shit. But I'm like, I'm not going to fucking trip on my own. I'm going to be tripping 2 hours behind you, right? This is like all in my dream. So I'm like, I don't want to do that. The media showers is part of the dream. I'm like, so I don't want to like be tripping for 2 hours without anybody else. Psychologically, I just didn't want to do it. And somebody else comes along, and then now there's this girl, and she's like, well, I didn't take them yet. And while holding shrooms, guys, very odd dream. She's like, well, I didn't take them yet. So I believe I decided to take them with her. But there was something about a guy in my dream too, but something about the dream. At some point in the dream, I was definitely like cutting mushrooms up and feeding people mushrooms in doses so they could keep their high. So it was almost like I was at that point when I was high, I became more of like an instructor to make sure everybody stayed high. I know it has to do with what I'm doing next and keeping certain parts of certain brain waves and certain stuff, trying to keep them steady. So I know it has a lot to do with what I'm doing next, but I thought it was very odd. I don't know if it just happened to use the whole tripping out thing came into play because with the reading, or if it just came into play because I was talking about it. But it was more about keeping them high, but able to function. But what I go next is not anything to do with like municipal stuff, not municipal. I'm not going to the fucking court. You know what I'm talking about. Keeping them consistently high, but high to the point where they can still function. And I don't think it was a message like mushroom supplements. It wasn't like that. So that's like for me to figure out and incorporate certain stuff. But before that, I think there's going to be like a volcanic eruption, because before that, these meteorites were just coming down, and it was like, like the way they were coming down though, like they were hitting Earth, like they weren't just like they were hitting Earth, like people were running. Like I felt like it was like the dinosaur ages, like people were running. It was scarce. But one hit so hard, and when it hit, all this dirt went up, and then it was almost like like a big lava just went straight up into air as if like you hit oil. It kind of was something like you hit water, you hit a pipe, but it was massive. So typically the meteorites, they don't hit ground like that, not to that strength. You know what I mean? Majority of them we see dissipate in the air, but I think something's gonna hit so hard that it's gonna cause some type of eruption, and I don't know if it's gonna be volcanic or not, and I don't know when it's gonna happen. But I just happened to see, like, I just Googled before I came on. I'm like, when's the next meteorite shower? And it's actually today and tomorrow. But these meteorites, like where they were hitting, like they were touching ground at a fast speed. I mean, I can still see it clear as day. Like how it looked when it hit, it almost just went like not even the volcanic part, like the meteorites. Oh, if that's what it is that's hitting. So, I don't know if that's like a prediction thing regarding that. And then that's a prediction thing. I don't know what the mushroom thing is. 'Cause mushrooms have nothing to do with where I start regarding the energy. So, I think it's just keeping what I'm working with stimulated. Um, but it ended up definitely being like a study. So I was just telling my mom about the dream, and she's like, "You gonna be able to go back to work and do this too?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have to." I just feel like it's smart right now because if I stay home, I don't know. I just feel like it's a smart move to go back to work for a little while. Just to get back like out there. Sometimes when I can be like one tracked and very focused. But sometimes it's just like needing that little break in between. Again, I might go to per diem. I don't know. I don't know. Good morning. Good morning. Because I know my brain, if I stimulate my own brain enough, it doesn't stop. And then I can't sleep. I talk to myself like I'm talking to you guys for 6 hours straight. So I gotta figure that part out. I've been having dreams. So yeah, so I don't there's just some like a meteorite's gonna hit somewhere, and I don't know when. I just asked when the next meteorite shower was. I don't know if that's gonna happen then, but I mean it could. It could be. I don't know. It's like I didn't see it like hitting a volcano. Like I saw it like hitting the ground. It could start a new volcano. Is that a thing? Is that how they start? I don't know how volcanoes start because I know it hit a volcano. Like it hit something underground, the lava, and it came shooting up, but it hit on ground like dirt because you could see the dust first. You know what I mean? You could see all the dirt trying to spit out before the lava came up. So I don't know if that's how volcanoes form. You know? So I don't know much about that. I'm assuming maybe that's how volcanoes form over the ages, but again, not positive. Um, but I can still, the thing that gets me is the imagery that I can still see. It just like feathered out, like it's just, it was so detailed. But what I do next during meditation is very detailed. Like it may not seem that detailed, but every little detail that I talk you guys through is really methodically like planned out. Like there's so much science behind it. So I'm hoping like one day, once I have like enough knowledge in certain stuff, there won't be all the like hundreds of extra fucking steps. So it's a lot of work. That's why I feel like I kind of need to give a lot of time to that, but at the same time, I need that off and on or a break. Like even if I started doing it full time, I would still come on here like once a day or do like, you know what I mean? Like I know my brain. So like if there's like, if like, cause I'm going to give you steps to what I do next. So if I say, hey, go pick up the pen, there's a reason why you're picking up the pen and putting the pen down and leaving it be for a minute. We'll go back to the pen. You know what I mean? Like it's very strategically, it's very strategic because I'm activating different brain waves that are connected to certain things, one thing in particular. So I got to incorporate everyday life too. So it's like if you go pick up a pen at work and you think, oh, you know, quartz method right there regarding that, it can stimulate something, right? So it's what I do next is very strategic. It's a lot of work, but it has to get done. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see where this goes for sure. Again, I'm not like really worried about the work. It's just extra confirmation in my dreams. So your dreams can be talking to you guys, right? Because it's just extra confirmation in my dreams. Like this is a thing that you got to keep stimulated. You got to keep, again, studies, and I've mentioned that to you already. So it's not like using you guys as like guinea pigs, but it's every 3 to 6 months, I'm gonna have to get people's opinions and do polls and grab the statistics from like the analytics and from AI. So the first 6 months to a year is going to keep me so busy. So busy. So pay attention to your dreams. Some dreams you can definitely, some deep dreams you can definitely look up, get answers that way. Others of your dreams are going to be, you're going to have to decipher them yourself. This book was sticky. Let me just grab an alcohol pad or something, because I'm going to want to pull one of those now that we've busted those back out. Alcohol pad. Alcohol pad. Oh, alcohol pads. Where are you? I'm actually so stinking cute. Oh no. I gotta move that table now that I'm not like laid out in bed. I've been having dreams. So yeah, I definitely think there's gonna be There's something. I don't think it was like, hey, this is gonna erupt or this like, but I feel like I was like in the same place. And who sleeps outside under a canopy like that with like no netting? It's just very bizarre. It's like, dude, where's my tent? Why'd you take my tent away? But also, the girl in my dream, it wasn't like a normal high. It was, so I don't know what that part was trying to tell me. I know certain meditations are not for everybody, um, but I don't think it's gonna have like the opposite reaction like that. It's not like that. So, but there's something about that part I still gotta figure out. Like it's not a normal high. Pretending, but not pretending, but pertaining to how she was before she got high. That could have been the right high for her. I wouldn't think so, though. So I don't know what that part is still. There was an asteroid a few weeks back. Yeah, I don't this is something that's gonna happen. It's like coming. And again, it must be how like volcanoes are formed. It was a very dry area, but there was greenery. There was some greenery. I mean, it was definitely all dirt, but there was bushes. It had to have been warm because again, a canopy. Um, it wasn't like jungle like, but it wasn't quite desert. But if I was going to equate it to anything, it'd be desert like or dry, like Arizona dry, things like that. Yeah, the natural dopamine. Yeah, there's a lot of things about that meditation that I discovered that people are not even aware of. Like, and what a lot of people, like the instructors, and I get it, and I'm not against it because I'm teaching a different type of meditation, but you're not even aware of what you guys are even stimulating when you go into meditation. You don't ask these questions. You don't know what part of the brain you're even working with. It's what they're attuning you to. It's very eye-opening. And certain meditations are not going to be for only certain people, are not for everybody. It can mess with your natural instincts. I did a lot of research. So, most people leave in meditation, it's a temporary, it's just really a temporary fix. And I guess, that's all the matrix wants you to have sometimes. Um, you go into certain other types of meditation when you're working with Hinduism and Buddhism and that type of stuff. What I'm working with, they don't increase or decrease. It stays, they manage to keep it at a very steady pace because they know they don't want to mess with it. But in this culture, United States, like certain stuff, like they're messing with that, and they're messing with something that's extremely crucial regarding your natural instincts. So it was a big eye-opening for me doing all this research, guys. And again, I'm not taking away from meditation. I'm really not. But there's so much stuff that you're shutting down and activating, and the stuff that you're shutting down and activating is not stuff that you want to shut down in order to function on an everyday basis. So now I know why people are like calm and zen. You're shutting shit down you shouldn't be shutting down. It's like with certain medicines attack certain things. So it's a lot. But that's I'm putting that video out for you guys next week. So I'm just waiting on one more certificate before I can like actually talk about it with you guys. It's a confirmation. The confirmation comes with a certificate. So we're getting there. We're getting there. I didn't realize. Yeah, I can't really. So, but when you do walk out of meditation class and yoga or certain things, depending on what you're doing, you are taking away your natural instincts for a little while. So it's actually can be dangerous for certain people to come out of a meditation class or come out of certain yogas and then get in their car and drive. It really is. It's crazy. I'm just typing it to say that. Yeah. I mean, I can't use the exact words in certain stuff yet. But soon. And I guarantee a lot of people that meditate, we don't think to go find out like what we're activating, what we're not activating. They just think, all right, the serotonin, dopamines, things like certain stuff. It's so much way bigger than that. And then you reprogram your brain. So you're already decreasing certain stuff because it only takes a couple months to reprogram your brain. So that's why a lot of people just, I don't know, instructors just focus on the inside, certain stuff and chakras, and you got to hit the outside chakras first to maintain the inside chakras. You can align the inside chakras, but you're not aligning the outside chakras. So if that's not in alignment, you're not in alignment. So you're only temporarily fixing things. I don't think people know how serious like meditation is and what you're physically actually doing and going. It blows my freaking mind. It blows my mind that instructors and majority of people don't even realize, and they're not educating you guys on this stuff. It's just like, all right, we're just gonna go. It calms me down, this and that. It really works for me. Yeah, it really does. But then when you step back out into the matrix, it's really fucking with you. So not maybe certain meditations, one better than the other. Guys, I don't know. Again, I'm not taking away from meditation in general, okay? Like, because I'm going that route. But the instructors in the Hinduism and Buddhism, they keep this one particular thing or two particular things steady because they don't want to fuck with that. Because they know it fucks with everything else. All these classes around the United States and certain fucking places and retreats, they don't care if they're fucking with that one little pot. it's easier to, I can't, nah, I don't want to go that route. So I got to be very careful on how I educate as well and the things I speak on. I can bring up do's and don'ts in certain points. I did get the LLC and other additional things to cover my back when it comes to getting sued, stuff like that. But you can't sue. You can sue. People might try to sue, but you can't when it comes to like everything I'm doing is scientifically backed up. And researchers for the longest time have been trying to figure this out, but they can't prove it. That like certain stuff, I mean, they can prove certain stuff. They can definitely prove certain stuff, but until there's enough studies and certain things done, it's just, I feel like it's going to be a little bit of a long road, but not a long road like that. Like, I think I'm really going to luck out. I'm going to have a lot of companies want to work with me, certain stuff. Picking the right one's going to be a thing with sticking to myself. Because they're going to want to take people on my channel, or certain people in general that are doing these. They're going to want to take like my studies too, because certain colleges and MIT, they don't have all the fundamentals. They don't have all the funds to get people in there and do the studies and this and that. So it's like, I'm actually benefiting science by doing this. It's pretty interesting. And my brain is like I'm very, very, very creative and very strategic about how I'm doing this, and everything is strategically placed and there's a reason for everything as I guide you through certain stuff. And it's not like the normal meditation. Like, we're going to be playing. We have to play with energy. We need to learn. First of all, I need to re-educate people on energy. So there's going to be a lot going on that channel. I got to re-educate. We're going to reprogram. And it's definitely a new way of reprogramming too. But not in a way like you guys meditate, you do that every day or every other day to do your thing. You're already reprogramming your brain. And that type of reprogrammation is not a word, works for people. It just depends on how you use certain stuff. Eventually I really want to work with children with this one. A certain age group with this one. Universities. There's going to be, I don't know where it's all going to go, but and some of the meditations are going to be very childlike, but that's important because at the same time, I'm working with certain brain waves that heal that work on childhood trauma, bringing out the inner child. I mean, stuff where people don't really tap into unless it's like Reiki and things like that. So it's a big deal. So it can go in so many different directions. So I'll figure it out as I go. But like in the yoga, I focus on trauma and issues. Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I'm not going to have you focus on anything besides playing certain stuff. I'm doing the research behind it that's triggering certain things when it comes to anxiety, childhood trauma, bringing out the inner child, the wound. So I don't even need to talk about it in what I do next, because I'm already targeting those areas. I'm already targeting certain things. I'm going back and forth and stimulating certain things at certain times so it's beneficial for you. Like, it's sometimes I blow my own mind and be like, I must have had a degree in this. at some point in a different life or something, because I have like 0 degree and I just know to do this, 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 and this. But it's also spirit. It's a lot of things. You know what I mean? So it's it's a lot of work though. For me to do like a 20-minute meditation can take me 4 hours to figure out how I'm gonna do this. Like I can imagine it, right? It's all about imagination. But my meditation is almost going to be like meditation manifestation at the same time because it's teaching you the main concept of manifesting. Everybody's imagination went down the fucking shitter the minute they step into the matrix and certain stuff. You're going to be targeting a lot of things. So I'm just hoping you guys step out of it and it's more like refreshing because you should be able to step out of it and just go about your day. But there's going to be little things that I'm going to incorporate within. Like I haven't figured out how to incorporate the pen per se, but there's going to be little things like that I'm going to incorporate. So when you go about your daily business and you're picking up a red, or if I mention like a red pen or a purple pen, it's going to pull you right to that meditation. And then you're stimulating what needs to be stimulated. So I have to be very smart about this. And in spirit, like even like last night in my dream, it's the same thing. Like I have to strategically, I really, really do, guys, have to strategically do this and place certain things in certain orders and certain so it stays the stamina. So I'm telling you this. So eventually this is going to, no question, have to be full time. I just know my own brain at first. I just have to, there's certain things about me and not like really going back to work or not really going per diem, and I don't want to feel guilty. There's certain stuff. And I know my brain, it's going to need that step away here and there. So again, I might even just go back per diem for a little while. But I'm also teaching you how to manifest without even telling you I'm teaching you how to manifest. So it's going to be extremely beneficial. Probably drive myself kooky for a little while, but it will be worth it. And sound is key. So my first few videos, I don't know what type of sound I'm going to have. I have to purchase certain sounds. There's a lot of things to like this that I had no idea. Like I can't just grab a meditation. You know, I can't do that. I can turn around and get sued. I have to get like a monthly subscription, and then I have to find, which there's some, but then I got to find the right ones. But I need to find certain ones that are actually going to work with me. Because I want certain frequencies, but I want certain frequencies to hit without doing, I don't want to do binaural beats, even though those are extremely beneficial. I don't want you to have to sit there and put earplugs in. You know what I mean? But it's like every other meditation. You can't drive and listen to it like that because I'm taking you to a place. I'm taking you to a landscape. You know what I mean? So, but it's fun. It's one of those things where it's like you can step out of class and feel really good and like, oh my gosh, that was so much fun. I haven't thought about that since I was a child. So I'm stimulating so many things. That's my goal. That's my hope, you know. So I'm excited. And I thank spirit, because if it wasn't for spirit and my creativity, you know, so it is kind of like a scientific breakthrough, and they've been trying to do this for a while now. So I'm pretty stoked. And it's that one part of the brain that nobody wants to talk about. I mean, this can help PTSD. I mean, I'm telling you, this can children, you name it. So it's real important for me to I'm printing up a paper that I can drop off at like nursing homes and certain schools. Like I have a meeting with a couple schools. I'm gonna give them the supplies and have the classrooms like if they can take like 20 minutes of their day or make it like a program in their class, not my program, but like make it like so in the class, like I want to take different age groups. What was your favorite thing to do as a child? Like certain stuff, memories, that one thing, whether it was pizza, whether it was a trip, because I want to incorporate a lot of things, you know. So it's going to be some work. Not everybody's happy memories are what they think they are. So I want to be able to incorporate certain stuff, and people are like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, I forgot about that, or you know what I mean. It's crucial. It's not me just wanting to be like, oh, like it's and the way it's orchestrated is crucial. So, and how I place things is crucial. The what I do with the penny, I think is it. I wouldn't say brilliant, like it blew my own mind, like, but like it's just beautiful. It's priceless. It can if you're conscious and you know certain stuff, and like maybe 8 and up, like you won't look at a penny the same way. You know what I mean? Like in the meditation, I'm gonna have you like certain things like grab a penny, put it aside. So you understand this when I do like the penny one, you know what I mean? And then every time you see a penny, you're like, oh, like I'm telling you. So I'm pretty excited. Because the way it's gonna make people feel, and that's what's important, right? So we want to feel those good memories. We don't want to shut those down. And some people don't even know how to get them back. I'm going to get them back. So I'm pretty excited. Again, I'm not worried about the work, but I think tomorrow I'm going to do like the intro video. I've been wanting to do it. But I keep doing more and more research, talking to certain people. I want it to be very carefree, but I got to be very careful on how I word things too. Because I can have anyone come back and be like, oh, I already did that. I did that study or certain stuff. But there's got to be certain stuff that's mentioned where they can't come back and be like, oh, I can take what she's doing because we've already done that. Like so I'm excited. I'm pretty sure we got it. I got it to where I need to be. But then I'm always have to create as I keep going. You know what I mean? So it's not like one of those things where I can just toss cards. It's going to be a constant creation. So that's what I like about it. So you might get like one video a week or something because it's going to take me days to create something. Like I can have the image of what I'm going to do or what's beneficial, but where I place things in the order that I placed, it's going to take days at a time. It's a lot of work behind it. Eventually I'll have people like join my team here and there. I'm hoping just the children, keep it in the family, that type of thing, you know? But yeah. Oh, it's gonna be a lot of hard work. Because it's always gonna be something different. But it's fun. It's gonna be fun for me. It's not even like work like that, right? It's gonna be fun and then take different adventures, and I still want to travel and blog that way. But then I can get different ideas that way, and then I can do meditations where I'm at in that landscape, which is gonna bring you a different not scenery, obviously a scenery, but like a different it's a different environment to work with. So then I got to take that environment, incorporate things there from their culture into meditation. But I'm going to have a lot of fun doing it. We're going to have a lot of fun doing it. You guys would be right there with me. So again, you know, it's going to take a little time. Going to take some time. You know what I mean? So, again, the videos, I can only get to maybe 1 or 2 a week or something. I can't overload and overstimulate my own brain and certain stuff. So, but in between, I'm still going to be teaching energy. So, which might be hard for me when I want to be like, so imagine this, because then I'm going to want to keep that out until I do a video. I'll figure it out, guys. I'll figure it out, but I do have to reteach energy. So it's definitely 2 things at one time. And they both have to do with each other, but during the meditation, I don't really want to explain what I'm targeting like that, because I don't want it to take away. I want you to be able to step out of what you just did and go into the world and do your thing, right? It's, in a way, it almost reminds me of like sigil magic, even though there's no sigil magic there or no intention, because, well, that's my intention for you, but meaning like you don't have an intention. It's like set it and forget it. You know, you just go about your day. So there has to be like an educational video regarding that particular energy. And then I'll put like a little symbol or something before each video for you guys to go and be like, all right, well, what she's targeting? What is she targeting? You know what I mean? So I don't need to tell you what you're targeting. I don't need to be that person. Well, I'm going to align your chakras. Like, no. We don't have to tap into anything, any chakra in the inside, if I'm attuning you and aligning you with your outside chakras. You got the inside. You don't need somebody else fucking with your inside. You got that. We just got to figure out your outside. Okay? So you clear that, no one can touch your inside, right? People go to yoga, they do meditation. It's all that for the inside. The brain, the chakras, the alignment, all that stuff that everybody like wants and this and that, right? But if you're not tapping into the outside and fixing the outside around you, you know, the 3 feet, 6 inches, depending on what meridian and certain stuff, if you're not activating and stimulating that, you can't keep your inside clean or balanced or constantly maintained. And some people will beg to differ, but I can go back and beg to differ. There's no medication, there's no medication, there's no meditation, there's no yoga, there's no this teaching you to clear the outside. So you're stepping into something and you're not even cleaning your own fucking aura. By you aligning your chakras and working on certain chakras, you're not clearing your fucking aura. And it's kind of aggravating. That's why, like, with Hinduism and Buddhism and other stuff, it's like they're making sure all that's part of all of that. So it's kind of disturbing and it can be upsetting, but I don't want to take away from certain meditations, especially mindful meditation. Certain mindful meditation can be like mind altering, almost like a mind fuck. Not all mind meditation is like that. Not all of it. But if it's not the right one for you, it can absolutely hands down fuck with you. And how do you know if it's the right one for you if you're not trying 30 different techniques? Maybe you find one, it just works, and that's great. But not everybody lucks out like that. Do I know Jeffrey out? No. See, with me, I'm certain things. I don't necessarily want to work with certain this, that. I don't want to watch other people. I don't want to do that. I don't need to listen to other people, educate other people, because that's going to take away from me and my own thoughts and what I create. I'm a real stickler for that. I'm really, really careful with shit like that. Oh, you like don't. No, I don't know. So, and even with certain stuff, like with scientists and programs and certain stuff, like I don't need to know the exact this and that. Like I can do that basic stuff and Google that on Google and know what's attached to that. Because this is me in spirit, right? This isn't me in a book in a degree. This is me in spirit. There's a big difference there. Huge difference there. Huge. Huge. That's why when you take spirituality and meditation, it's a whole nother level of something, right? So you don't even have to be spiritual to do this though, but it might awaken certain stuff where you just want to be a better, you just want a belief or something, right? Spirituality, guys, it's just a fucking belief. It's just the way of living and how you want to do something, you know? So it's so misunderstood. I got this. Oh, I know I got this. I'm excited. But it's really important for me. I don't want to listen to this and that. And it's listen to me in spirit, spirits, the gods, you know, things like that. And then it's going to be a healing video at the same time because it is even a long distance Reiki without even realizing it. But that's when I want to incorporate certain musics and certain stuff so that frequency hits you. So if I can't, I'm not gonna be able to get that done in time. That's gonna take a little time. But I can definitely play with energy a certain way that stimulates certain frequencies for you. So you're getting the same type of activation. You're just getting it through a visualization instead of a sound. I got you. I got you. I'm excited. Oh, you can mess with people's brains, this and that. You doing meditation on a daily basis is doing the same thing, messing with your brain. Same fucking shit. All mine boils down to one thing. And that one thing affects your life drastically, and it's your choice, right? So, again, people can beg to differ, but I'll turn around, I'll beg to differ. That I can. It's like debating. I can do the same thing and say the same shit, you know? So I don't want it to get to that because I don't want to take away from any other instructor or how they feel comfortable teaching it. If that works for you, awesome. You know? Mine, you're going to have the same exact feeling stepping out of a different meditation, the same feeling, but activating different stuff, you're still going to feel really good. Like there's one thing to walk out of meditation and feel really relaxed and okay, like targeted this, like, did you go to therapy? Because it really, you know, it's just, and then I'm hoping you can just step out of mine and it's like, wow. Like, wow. Or like a smile on your face or wow. It's going to be a lot of wows. And I'd rather step out of a class and be wow than like, whew, I feel good and relaxed and okay. Get the same thing if you go to see a massage therapist. Okay, so again, I feel like it's like I'm even getting petty back and forth. It's like, because it's a tit for a tat, I can go back and forth. If it works for you, I'm excited it works for you. I honestly don't want to take away, but it needs to be real clear that there's so many different types of meditations for different reasons. And people want to talk about the everyday matrix reasons. Nobody wants to talk about the science behind it and what's being activated, what's being increased, what's being decreased. Because that's a huge deal. Huge. It affects your everyday freaking life. So it is a big deal. And I don't want to do a tit for a tat, so I want to be careful there too. You know, I don't want to come off as like a this or that, or she thinks she knows it all. It's not like that, right? It's we're all here to fucking ascend. So just the research I did and certain stuff that spirit had me target and show me and the different ways how they show me like that dream, you know what I mean? Like it's always something every day. Like this is definitely me in spirit. There's no question. So it makes a huge difference than just, somebody who has a Reiki certificate. Reiki, I don't know why it has me go back and forth. Guess what? I got one of those too. But it's, get what I'm saying? It's like, and maybe some people see more credentials, they can believe into it more. You can't a tit for a tat with me because everything is scientifically fucking proven the direction I'm going in. So it just blows my mind. And in studies, MIT's been working on this for a while, but and a lot of other ones too, but they've been trying to do that, but that's working against pharmaceuticals. It's working against the government. I'm taking away from pharmaceuticals. Eventually, this will all make sense to you guys. So, again, I want to be careful. I don't want to go for a tit for a tat because if that meditation works for you, that's what I want you to do, right? I'm stimulating something else that is more beneficial for you. Oh, I'm sure other people talk about certain stuff like this. I would hope so. I know it's out there, but I know what I'm doing next is not out there like that. It's one of those things where all these people eventually, if they see my stuff, they're going to be like, man, I wish I thought about that. You know how we all do that with certain stuff? You know what I mean? So, but I want people, I want instructors, I want people to use my method and incorporate their education, incorporate their degrees, their experiences. Take it, do it. Absolutely. As long as they know the concept of what they're doing, it's not like, oh my God, I don't want you to do this. Like, no, like there's so many different types of yogas and certain stuff. Like eventually, this will probably be another type of, this is a type of method. And there is going to be instructors and certain people that are going to want to incorporate into their yoga. There's no question. Absolutely. But it's still my creation. It's still, right? It's my trademark. Then I'm going to have the trademark, certain stuff, my brand, you know, and eventually, yeah, there's going to be a lot more people that are probably going to want to talk to me and be like, okay, well, how did you figure that out and this out without this and that? It's not really about that. I think it's just going to be more beneficial about how we come together and help the population. You know what I mean? So stuff like that. Again, like this targets every age range, really. And it's going to be different types of meditation, different ways of teaching energy. I know for a fact the way I'm going to teach it and put it out there, it's nobody does it. I wouldn't be able to do it. It'd be pointless for me to do. I wouldn't say pointless. That's like there's a whole bunch of other readers, but I still do that, right? But it's a little easier, I think, right? And with schools and certain stuff, they stick to one thing, one program. It works, this and that. Like, no, I'm gonna take that away. I'm gonna start doing my own little programs and start sharing them with other classrooms and certain stuff and teachers, and then they can take it to the school board and they can, so, and then I'll have a little pamphlet of certain stuff because it's important for them to know how it's stimulating certain aspects of the brain. So I got this. I got this. Baby steps. Baby steps. And everything if something's meant for you, it's nobody can step in and take it like that or make something work, or you know what I mean? If it's meant for you, it's yours. That's why you don't got to worry about like somebody coming in and taking it and this and that, and Montessori schools. Yeah, a lot of schools, public schools, a lot of things. Eventually, it probably, there's hands down, no question, will be just another method of teaching certain ways, which I think is key. Because I always said, I went on YouTube because I really felt like there's got to be more people that think like me, but the majority of the people out there, 70% of them don't think like me, right? But there's a reason why I think differently at the same time too, and my concept on certain stuff and my outlooks, and is probably for something like this in the long run, where it's leaving a legacy behind, in hopes of leaving a legacy behind, in hopes that this takes off, and stuff like that. And this could be something that never takes off, but my kid can take after, another generation can pick up on it, or somebody on YouTube can come across it in 50 years and then they can incorporate stuff. Like, eventually it's going to take off. There's no question. Do I think mine will eventually take off? Yeah. Why? Because spirit needs to reprogram and re-educate in different ways. It's simple. That makes sense. You know what I mean? So there's just a lot behind it, but that's okay. That's all right. I'm ready. I'm not ready. We're never really ready, but we're ready. And again, it's just one of those channels where it's just gonna evolve as we go, and you never know what you're gonna get. And again, teaching education, teaching, reteaching energy, or just putting it out there in a more simple way. I can't really reteach the facts, but I can put it out there in a different way. So, and eventually I want to do certain videos like imagery, like visionary, like meaning looking at a screen, almost like a hypno, but not a hypno. So a whole bunch of different things, but then I got to find the right people to work with there. So all in due time, right? All in due time. And I still want to do my decks eventually too. That's be like a side gig, side project, because this is really more of a purpose, right? What I do. But bet your ass I still want to create a few decks. So yeah. And this is, again, one of these things where it's going to take a good year for scientists and researchers to go back and be like, okay, do this, this, and this, and put everything together. But in the meantime, I'm pretty excited. So again, pay attention to your dreams. I already knew I kind of had to stay consistent, but with that dream last night, there's definitely a couple things I took from it, Hola. It's like certain doses and certain waves. So I do have to be careful here, guys. There's measurements. It's It's a lot. But spirit is guiding me through this. So you guys can all create a better life, you know? That's really what it comes down to. Feel better about you. I mean, even therapists should be able to use this eventually. It's a big deal. I just heard groundbreaking. It could be groundbreaking. And it's just those little things that it takes, that one person to think of something, or think of, like, it's how everything's created. You know what I mean? It's like, man, why didn't I think of that? Or why was that never incorporated? Or just like that, you know? So basically, I'm just stimulating certain things. Do you know when somebody's depressed for more than like 2 weeks, you're activating certain stuff in your brain where it's almost impossible to find your way out just because you have a good day with energy, or somebody lifts your spirit, or you're feeling better because somebody came into your life or whatever. You're never ever getting to the root of the problem. So the one thing that needs to be expanded is never being expanded on. So basically, everyone's walking around like a fucking zombie, and they don't know how to get out of certain situations, or they don't know how to, heal, or certain stuff. I mean, this is really what it all boils down to. You go into a class, or you go into a therapy session, you're doing this, you're doing that. Well, therapy, it's more like, let's get to the root of things, but you're not leaving like, it's like, all right, well, I'm getting to the root of it, but I don't feel so great at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm basically doing the same thing in a 20-minute video, and you're leaving being wow versus like, yeah, I mean, I got to the bottom of it. It's a big deal. So, there's lots of little target points that I have to incorporate in this one video. Every time I do the video in my head, it's like 3 hours for. I'm like, I gotta boil this down to 2 hours, tops 1 hour. Like, I don't know how to get it all in. Um, but like, you go into like a yoga class and you come out, you're feeling good, but you're not you're not touching base, you're not getting to the root of anything. And you feel like you are because you're feeling better and it gets easier day by day, but you're not stimulating the one thing that can actually get to the root of the problem. It's all science, guys. And the government is very aware of this. So they're going to be on me like fucking flies, like shit. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Who the fuck is this chick? um, and do you know a majority, 60% of meditations, and you don't even know, you're stripping your sexual energy. You're taking away your sexual energy. You're taking away your stamina. It's a big deal, guys. It's huge, actually. Huge. I don't want to go into a class, come out and feel better, but then, after 2 months and certain stuff, I reprogram my brain, and now sex and intimacy is not really important to me. Like, I have it, it's here. You think it's like, oh, a whole new level. You ain't even seen a whole new fucking level, because the energy I'm going to teach you has to do with your kundalini. So it's like a whole nother peak of fucking sexual energy too. It's a big deal. So it's things that need to be talked about and mentioned and discussed, and it's just, it's a lot. There's not really yeah, between the Western and the Eastern. Yeah. Eastern methods know the theology. Yeah. Well, that's just like how I'm going with this route too. It's very more it's more it's more I can't say it's more Hinduism or Buddhism. It's one or the other. It's kind of like they're very, very similar techniques anyway, like the theory of it. Um, but a majority of people don't really work with the Vedic like that. Not the Eastern yoga like that. But that's kind of where I'm going at. Go that route like that. Well, again, because I'm taking my spirituality behind it, and um the Eastern, that's what they do, right? It's spiritually based because they're already spiritual, right? So it's the theory behind it. Um, yes, I'm sure the Galactic Federation is very proud. So it's just so many things that just are not talked about, and it's just very disappointing, you know? So, and again, it's not, hey, I'm putting everybody on a spiritual route. It's not like that. It's you're gonna find your own belief. Doesn't matter what religion you are. Um, it's how you feel when it's said and done, you know? So it's definitely beneficial. There's one more thing I wanted to talk about real quick though. I don't know. So basically, I'm just trying to get to the root of the problem without even like addressing the root of the problem. And it's not manipulative at all. Like there'll be other videos, this is what I'm targeting, this and that. It would be on my description, guys. It's just like yoga that doesn't want to talk about it, but yoga reprograms you. Depression reprograms you. Addictions reprogram you. So what I'm doing is no different. It's just helping. So I'm not really programming you. I'm bringing you back to you, your authentic self. So you can reprogram yourself. I'm just taking away the program that was taught that is not beneficial for you. So, and then you can even take your Western, you can take all that and well, I don't know how you can take that and incorporate that into that, because it's a different type of mind stimulation. It's basically all I'm doing. It's just a different type of mind stimulation. But it's so key. It's the core fundamentals you need in life. And when you step into a yoga class, you step into certain meditations, you're taking away core fundamentals that are key for survival. I'd rather live a very happy life and smile a lot than to be like very zen and very calm and feel at peace. I think that's great. But you're taking away crucial things, staying in that serene energy that you think is so beneficial for you. I'd rather be on a high in life than just a steady pace and hope that nothing comes in and messes with my energy. After my class, you don't got to worry about your fucking energy. You're going to be way more aware of your energy, where you're going to be like, is that motherfucker at least 8 inches away from me? So you cannot be fully aligned with just putting your mind somewhere and aligning your 7 chakras troops. You can't. So again, you're not fixing the root of the fucking problem. You're not really aligned when you think you are. It's actually disturbing. So we're going to work with the energy outside of your body, your aura. You clear your aura, you can align shit so fucking quick. You don't even need to. It's so fucking mind-blowing that this is not being taught. It's disturbing. It's upsetting. Because my main target is really it's energy. You reach a higher consciousness when you learn how to work with energy and how it affects you. So a lot of people would say that, but they're teach you that energy messes with you psychologically and certain stuff, but they're they're not teaching you the fucking basics. And when you leave out the basics, you're not fucking comprehending. It's just sad. It really is fucking sad and unfortunate on where this education system has taken us. It's just sad. I don't want to get sad. But again, once you tap into the right type of energy, you're already hitting your subconscious. You don't have to try to tap into your subconscious. Like you go to yoga to tap into like subconscious and tap into all these things, right? Like you can be very conscious and tap into multiple types of consciousness without having to go into a psychosis. Like it's just not even necessary. So it's just the way it's being educated, performed, put out there. It really is taking away the basics, and those basics is what's needed for comprehension. Um, there's so many theories. The government could be behind it, conditioning. There's so many theories, but um, it's pretty disappointing when you have that realization. You know, life could be so much easier, but the government and education system wants to make it more complicated. So it doesn't matter. It's what I'm doing next has nothing to do with religion, government. It's how you came into this world and what was taken when it comes to experiences in life. And no one ever taught anybody how to like re-educate or retune in or certain things to fix certain stuff. It's just a simple fix or this, or it doesn't get discussed. So it's just like a locked memory. It's just, you know what I mean? And the minute that happens, you're shutting down something that's so crucial in life that you need. So, can a 5-year-old comprehend some of them? So it's being taken from us from a very young age because of just conditioning and not being parents, not being aware of certain things, and which is not our fault per se. It's how we were raised in education and societal views, and so yeah, yeah, conditioning, all of it, yeah, all of it. But I'm just gonna step out of it because now my brain was going somewhere else. Like I said, this job, what I do next is just very it's gonna be fun, but it's very time consuming, and it's a lot of work and detail that needs to go into it. I need to target things the right way, and I need to put it out there the right way. So and a lot of people are aware of this stuff. They just don't know how to add it into their routine. So this is just a simple way of adding it into your routine, you know? And then again, for a good example, the penny, the pen, taking certain stuff So your brain stays stimulated without you even realizing it. A lot of educators will decrease that part of stamina so you can concentrate during class or concentrate during work. Like that's the worst thing you can fucking do. And that's what people are being taught to do. It's not good. It's not good. So again, I think I don't want to like over focus on my presentation, but presentation is key too. But I don't want to put that pressure on me right now. I need my other ring. I don't want to put that pressure on me right now like that. I just want to get it out, and over due time, as you listen to the videos and I talk about education and that type of stuff, it will make sense. And I'm going to start with certain meridians that are linked to the chakras. So everyone thinks they're lining up their chakras. Well, you can't align your fucking chakras if you're not tapping into the freaking meridians. There's so much behind it. And I know with some yoga classes and certain stuff, they touch base on that. But everybody wants to take the same way something's been educated and they want to tweak it, but they're not going outside the box, and they're not like, okay, let's completely tweak this. Like they just take one thing and they continue to build off the one thing because it works for humanity, instead of thinking outside the box and be like, okay, well, let's try a completely different fucking technique that fucking can work for humanity. Oh, let's not take that away because statistically it's proven it works. So let's just tweak that. Well, you're never going to get to the root of the problem. It's temporary. And you wonder why people aren't conscious and they don't know how to get themselves out of situations. That's why. That's why. So I can't really worry about how I'm going to execute it right now. I just got to get it out there. I just got to get it out there. So and I do. Eventually I want to put my trademark would definitely be a sigil. I know a lot of people are going to be like, well, I don't really know if I want to educate going this way because it's attached to religion. But people are so fucking uneducated when it comes to that, because spirituality is not even a fucking religion. So I got to be careful on how I put it out that way as well, because I don't want to already give it like a stigma. I don't want a stigma attached to it. So I got to be extremely careful here. Which is sad that I got to be careful like that. But I do, because I really need this to target every single being if this is what they're drawn to, without somebody attaching something to it. And it's already tough because I'm already putting spirit into it, but that's because of my background and I'm spiritual. And I'm not going to take that away from me. You know? And a lot of people will say it's all breath when it comes to certain stuff, but it's way bigger than breath. They just have you concentrate on the breath, because that breath is what's stimulating something that is being decreased. And that is not my target, because you think it's the breath, but you don't realize what you're doing when you're doing that. That's the fucking problem. And it pisses me off. Taking one breath stimulates different brain waves, stimulates certain things that I'm all going to talk about eventually when I get the go ahead, which should be like legally, which should be by tomorrow. You don't realize by taking that one breath and concentrating on that one breath what you're actually doing. Seriously. But again, I got to be careful with that, because I don't want to take that away from anybody either. That's why they say learning how to breathe is important. But they're not teaching you why the breath part is so crucial. And you have to know what you want to stimulate and what you want to decrease, because people have no idea they're doing this when they step into fucking yoga class or they step into therapy practice. I'm not shitting you. It's almost like a governmental mind fuck in a way that they don't mention this, because it should be your choice. That's like taking a cigarette or something addictive and putting in your body. It's your choice. You made the choice to shoot heroin. You made the choice to take a drink. You made the choice to smoke a cigarette. You're doing the same thing with meditation, and you don't even realize what you're doing. It's so upsetting. I'm so glad I'm having this conversation with you guys right now, so it doesn't come out in my introduction video. I'm not shitting you. Yeah, breath is everything in your life. It's life force, directed breath, mind. Yep. So you're basically allowing somebody to take that one control and put that where they want it, without you even realizing what you're doing to your own brain. It's a big deal. So there will be certain breaths in my guided meditations with certain stuff, but it's not the breath. And maybe that's why I've always been pulled away from meditation, and the breathing part makes me scared as shit or gives me anxiety. It's probably because spirit never wanted me to do that, because it would take away exactly what I just fucking created. Everything happens for a reason, guys. I always thought it was like a past life thing or this and that, anxiety. It's not. It's not. I wouldn't have been able to create what I just created if I had gone into that method of meditation a long time ago. There's no way I would have found my way back until somebody else created what I just created. And spirit just tells me the yes and no. This is my brain, like, just tell me, I go from A to B, this and that, and then it all just kind of comes to me. It's like, whoa. And then I ask spirit, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? And they're like, yeah. Yeah, what I'm doing is going to involve everything as well. But it's without even having to go into that, like, psychosis they put you in. You know, that's the nice thing about it. I mean, some people like that. It's very serene too. I mean, that's great too, but like, maybe when you reach a certain level of consciousness, It takes a certain level of concentration. It takes your mindset and feeding your body right, all that, right? But what I do is it's like it's going to feel like skipping a whole bunch of steps, but nothing's being skipped. So it's less frustrating on somebody. It's a lot less because I'm targeting everything. And I'm telling you, that's what I love about it because I can't wait to the day where I meet like I'm like excited to meet monks and certain things where they're just like, thank God, like somebody like incorporated all this and put something together. Like, I can't wait for that day. I'm gonna be so proud of myself. Can't wait to meet the monks and the I'm just so excited. So excited. But again, this is why I'm always like I always saw myself like living more like, the Asia continent. It's just it feels like home to me, you know? So I can't wait to like literally go visit in temples and take you guys with. I'm so excited. You know, I'm just simplifying things, guys. Just gonna try to simplify things. So, but I do want to visit certain temples like locally. There's none really locally. I kind of gotta go into mass and like certain things and speak with certain monks and I'd rather speak with monks than scientists, you know? So um we're gonna play with energy and there's nobody out there that plays with energy because when you're in yoga and all this, you're calming your energy. So I'm doing the complete opposite. And by doing that, I'm bringing back what was taken from you from a very young age. And it's almost like an instant healing. It's not instant healing, but within a couple months, it's definitely accelerated healing. Okay, because you've already reprogrammed your brain, and you're walking out of class of more like of a wow than a like, and both are good. It just no one's better than the other per se, right? Because again, I can't take away from yoga and certain practices, and I don't want to shit on these practices, but I'm gonna bring it to everyone's attention on what you're actually doing when you're taking certain classes. But it's just another way of reaching levels of consciousness. It's like tapping into that one thing that we talked about like the other day. It's like finding that one little thing to tap into and it accelerates everything. So I keep saying that it was one more thing and then I'm like, oh, I'll get into that. But that one thing wants to keep coming to me but it's not coming to me. So I know there's like one more thing. Yeah. Well, these are all parts of the brains we used to use until we step into the education system or were raised by, particular parents, that type of stuff. So it's not all our fault per se. Like it's our fault as adults for allowing the education system to get to where it's gotten. But again, it's our choice on whether or not, we place our kids in the system, or we take them and we homeschool them, or we do Montessori schools. And Ashley's key on that. Sophia's always gone to like a Montessori school, but it's a little different than that, but it's the same aspect. But some of them, the way they're still structured, I'm not crazy about. But I think our kids are way better off being pulled from the school system, to be quite honest with you, and homeschooled. So that way you can incorporate other things that are crucial. You know, it's important. You know, like certain associations make certain organizations, they meet up, they play basketball because I have a boy, things like that, versus, that somebody doesn't want to play in school because they didn't make the team one year. So therefore, their confidence levels down instantly and they don't feel comfortable doing that in school anymore. It just takes that one experience to shut a certain thing down in a child's brain. So that's why I'm saying this happens to us from a very young age. That's why it's important to learn how to get that one thing back. And it's going to be real simple through a 20-minute, freaking 10-minute meditation. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. It takes that one thing. So I feel like everyone should, not everyone, but a majority of people who feel that strongly should just homeschool their children, especially if they're getting teased, this and that, artistic. Like it just takes that one thing to fuck with your child and it sets them off the wrong path and you can't take them out of that funk sometimes, and then life's just a little harder for them. And that has nothing to even do with karma. It's literally the one thing that's taken from us because of governmental programs. So I just think it's more beneficial, to do that once a week when it comes to activities and other certain stuff and to play with their brain in different ways. So one day I'd like to do certain programs for people who homeschool their children as well, guys. I don't have to have a degree to do that. A parent will look at it and be like, wow, that's stimulating, or wow, like I want to incorporate that. That's what we need for generations to come, for humanity to last. So it's a big deal. I'm really considering pulling Caden out next year and doing it for the next 2 years with certain stuff and getting him where he needs to be and what exactly he's into and staying on top of that so he can make his choices on where he wants to go next. Like he doesn't need to go to college. A lot of people want their kids to go to college. Oh, she's my last one. He's my last one. I really want him to go to college. You got some parents like, oh, that college experience, where it's like, the family went here and did this, or it's just fun because my sister and brother had so much fun. So I want my kids to experience it because I didn't, and blah, 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 blah. And then you have other parents that are like, I hope my kid hops on a bus or an RV and they travel the world and then they figure out where they want to plant their roots and they start living their life and they can educate themselves on the road at the same time with all the education that you can do on a laptop these days. And then they get to learn about life and figure out where they want to plant their roots at the same time. Not one's better than the other. But the problem is parents want to make these decisions and the parents in the matrix thinks they're so much better if their kid has a fucking education out of college. That is such a misconception. Unless your child wants to be a physician or a dental hygienist, like things like that, like you don't need fucking schooling for that stuff. What if your kid wants to go into like agriculture or farming and this and that? Yep, they can take some freaking classes, but they don't need to go through a 4-year fucking college program and not be able to afford their bills when they fucking get out and this and that. And then what are they doing with their education if your child doesn't know what they want to do? What's the fucking point? Why not take the year off and travel? Why not take the year off and explore certain stuff? Why the fuck not? Why do you got to press your child so fucking hard to go to college? Because you didn't do it? Or because your family went to that college? Get what I'm saying? So you're just like programming your own fucking child. It's like it's not necessary. How do you know your kid's not going to benefit more by being homeschooled, and then they can, music class, they can, practice 10 instruments versus that one, and the teacher has, oh, you're really good at the flute, so I think you should put the tuba away for a little while and concentrate on the flute. Fuck you, because now you've already put some stigma in my child's head and taken just like that. Just like that, it's taken. It's like that in the education system everywhere. So I know every parent can't just afford to do that. And I know, like, New Hampshire, where I live, it's free, certain stuff, But you really got to do what's best for your children at the end of the day. Your kids are being bullied, or they're just not learning, or they're fucking off in school. Do something about it. You all just want to go to the principal and do certain stuff, but, like, what are you really doing? It's not really helping the child per se. Everyone parents differently, but I just, he's got a couple more years before he's doing this and that, and he has no idea what he wants to do. And people are already telling him again, but sophomore year, what college do you think you want to go to? What do you want to do? Like, that whole, what do you want to do with your life is great, but, like, the teachers are already programming them. What college? You got to get the applications in this, and it's like, and then you have older kids that don't go to college. So you have a younger kid, and it's like, oh, I really want them to have the best education and go to this college. You're already mind fucking your own child. It's what the fuck you want. What does your child want? You don't know what your child wants. You don't fucking ask them. You're just telling them how it's gonna go. That's not cool. What if your kid's a musician and should be going to a way different type of fucking school? We're damaging our own children because you think that's what's best for them. You trigger that one thing in that one kid, and it messes with their entire programming, their entire future. Continuously send your kid to school, and because they're getting teased, and it's heartbreaking, but they got to go to school. Me, I would transfer, bring them to another school, or I would homeschool my child. Like, I'd figure it out. You know what I mean? But the next generation is crucial. And again, like, I saw it in Caden and my kids and certain stuff. Like, you don't make that one team, and he's good at ball, and he didn't make it. He didn't want to try out again. He stopped wanting to try out. The only time he had fun doing it when it was recreational and everybody made the team. That's when they try harder. They have fun. There's no pressure. And he's really good. But when it came to, like, freshman year and he didn't make it because there was so many people, that put their kids in basketball camp, and it's so freaking crazy because they want them to make the team because they know how it is. That one little thing right there, you don't realize what it does to a child and how it makes them feel. And I know that's like learning curves and this and that, but it's way more than that. It's just like one thing after another, but you can solve that by homeschooling. You can solve that and make sure your kids go out into the world with a very open mind and what it is they want to do, and not just what the parent wants them to do or what society thinks they should do. And a lot of people would just be like, oh, well, your brother didn't go to college, your sister didn't go to college, and look, it took her 6 years to figure it out. That had nothing to fucking do with college. It started when your child was young, and it's where society wanted them to be. That's when it started. It doesn't make you a bad parent. You got to get to the root of the fucking problem to solve the problem. So if you're homeschooling your child, there's all different organizations. You can go to soccer, you can go to football, you can go to basketball, you can go to swim class, you can go to gymnastics, you can take these organizations, you can create organizations and meet once a week or twice a week. And these kids don't feel the need to compete. They're there to have fucking fun, to get exercise. It's just, it puts your child in a different mindset. And it's an exciting mindset. I'd rather my child was in an exciting mindset. Mia hated to go to gym. She would cry. You know what I mean? It's all because one thing happened in gym, one thing after another. Then you got the kids, and then you got the system, and then you got the teachers, and then you think you're doing your kid a favor by telling them they should go to this college and they should do that and have the best education. No, they should have the best upbringing so they can individually feel free and explore and want to do this and that, so they have a better idea of what it is they want to do. How do you know your kid is not really good at one thing, but it's like, okay, well, that's the end of that program, so we're really not, we need to get to the next chapter, so we're going to put this aside. But something sparked your child's interest, and maybe she does it on the side, but she doesn't really know what she's looking for, what he or she really wants, because it's not being taught. So she's going to do the research herself, but she doesn't know how to locate it. So she's already discouraging herself. Like, there's so many reasons here. I can go on and on and on and on. But people just feel like, no, I want to have the best education. I want my child to have the best fucking life. Not worried about fucking education like that. I'm worried about where they go in life and where their thought process is and how they're going to accomplish things. And you think the government and school system is teaching them the proper way on how to survive? You're not. They're not. So stop with, you should go to this college and you should do this and you should I want you to have the best education because I didn't have the money when your brother was older and this and that. Stop with that shit. You're already putting projections into your child's fucking head. Now you're already coming to the point where your child's automatically not going to be able to talk to you about certain stuff or not going to want to be around certain people because all they do is like, have you thought about college? Have you looked at this? Have you looked at that? Have you been asking him what he wants to do? This and that. Like, it makes me like not even want to go around that energy. Like, my mom's like that. Has he started looking at colleges? It's like, no, dude, like we haven't even gotten that far. And then like when they ask him, space himself from that. It's not because he doesn't love them, but that's the matrix for you. Well, he should be doing this and he should be doing that. And he should be like, why? Because that's what society says? Because that's what you were taught? Think about it. You're setting our kids up to automatically fail. And it starts from a very young age. So I haven't quite figured out how to work with the children part yet, but I know what I do next is it's being incorporated when it comes to children. I have to find that certain age and certain stuff and look into studies and certain stuff to see when all this activity and certain stuff, maturity levels, and it's going to be a lot of research. But I already know like what I do next can already help children too. It's children, adults, teenagers, it's every age. So, but eventually I definitely want to target the next generation and find out where it is. Like I just said, I got to figure that out. That would take time, or it would just come to me, But you just put certain, all the programs that are in the systems, school systems right now are just, they're not the right programs for your children to succeed. It's just basically what the government thinks you should be learning. You can't incorporate that. You can't incorporate that because of religion, because of belief, because see what I'm saying? It's the stigma around certain stuff. And I get that. You don't want to bring that into a school system per se, unless you plan on bringing your child to like a Catholic school or something like that. But, or any type of belief you have. But I got to figure out where it starts and how to maintain that. And a lot of parents might not like that either. In the next couple of years, your children could be way more highly in tuned and conscious. And some parents might not know what to do with that, but that's exactly where we need our children to be very conscious so they can make the right decisions for themselves. And I do believe that there is going to be some parents out there that will be against what I do because it's the kids are going to start not necessarily going against the parents, but your kids are going to have their own mind at a very younger age. And some parents are going to love that and they're going to work with it so it benefits their children. And other parents are going to be like, well, I can't get my kid under control. Well, you're not supposed to really control your kid like that. Your kid's brain. That's part of the problem here, guys. So it needs to be incorporated the right way so it doesn't feel like I gotta be very strategic about it. I'd rather my kid was highly conscious and was more able to make smarter decisions and realize when something's happening, and it's just there'd be less suicides and bullying and all that if your kid was more conscious and how it makes them feel. Certain programs can take away certain like it can help with the suicide averages, and I'm telling you, like it's a big deal, guys. Because you educate those kids at the right age and you intrigue them at the right age, at the peak of something, and you support them and you explain things and you talk to them like an adult and you get them at the right age, they got a really good shot at surviving life. And I want my kids to do this too. I want my kids to listen, and they might just laugh and be like, I don't really understand. But honestly, yeah, I do. I do. It's just like this stigma. Oh, the family's military, but your kid wants to be a rock and roll artist. But they're so pressured to go in this direction because everybody else, or you made it sound so cool. And, parents don't realize, or they do realize, but majority of them don't even realize what they're doing to their own children by putting certain ideas in their head and making one thing sound cooler than the other. At that point, and me as a child, you already lost my attention. I know how this works because this is how it was for me. So I will be able to educate on a level like that when it comes to certain stuff from experiences and how it works, and then taking everything that I've learned in the scientific backup. And so we'll get there. You got a kid 8 and up, they've already hit the point of what they came into this world with has already been taken from them. Unless they're like an old soul and they're very conscious in certain stuff, then your child wasn't meant to get stuck into the matrix. You know what I mean? But a majority of them fall right into that category. It's so weird. I feel like all of these are like, none of them are even reversed. I mean, I would never read these reversed anyway, but it's weird that they're like that. But now I want to make them like that. So I'll figure that out as I go. Fire card. You guys got the rattle before. I'd rather my kids were highly conscious of certain stuff than to take that away from them. And I know it can be harder in the beginning because it's like they're going to have to go against the grain. And you think it's easier for them to just join the crowd. But they get to a certain age in life, you basically, took part in fucking up your kid because you allow them to take the easy route than to go against society. So, and that's our own faults. Majority of us have done it. But let's just fix it, It doesn't have to be as hard as people think it is. I want the best education for my child. Well, guess what? I want the best life for my child. A lot of people think kids having the best education is going to give them the best life. You're so fucking wrong. You are so fucking wrong. Setting your child up to fail. In a way. I just had an idea for an app, but the app is already out there. But so many apps out there like that, so I don't know what that's in regards to. All right. I want to use the shaman cards. I want to use the shaman cards. I really love these cards. Yeah, I used to use them, I don't know, like 4 years ago. I remember when I was in the condo, I used to try to read them, and I remember really laughing hard, like I couldn't get through the book. Do you remember that? For those who have been with me for a long time, this is the deck. This is the book that I used to read, and I couldn't stop dying. Yeah, remember that? Very strange. I remember that when I picked it up yesterday. I mean, see, now it's different, but like, I just couldn't get through it. It's very, very bizarre. And I can now sense things with like certain readings, or I can tell when I get tongue-tied, there's something there Spirit wants me to pick up on. But that one always made me laugh. Like I couldn't do it. I couldn't get through it ever. So I don't know what that was about. Because I could get through other oracle books like that, but that one was tough for me to go through. Yeah, I think a lot of people with the pandemic too realized like it was actually beneficial for their kids to be home. But again, I think the government also picked up on that, and then the government took things into their own hands and said, okay, so if a lot of people statistically wise are going to keep their kids out of the system, they got to think now outside the box because they want the kids in the system, right? Um, so that's when they started taking away. Well, if you want to travel, you need the COVID shot. If you want to go to a restaurant, you need the COVID shot. You got to think about the government plays a big part of this. If they even get to the point where it's 50-50 balance and they know they can lose, again, they're going to start incorporating things like the vaccine into the world. Okay, so it's our job to push through that shit. And so, there was a huge percentage of people that started homeschooling the kids to the point where the government didn't like it, guys. So what they did is made things even more complicated for the parents. It's sad. I'm gonna try to be. It's sad, but it's true. Oh, okay. We're gonna target the ones that want to travel. We're gonna target the ones that like to go out and eat. We're gonna target them. No, we're responsible for our children. We're responsible for their education. And I just think there's too many parents out there saying, like, you really want to do this and you really want to do that instead of really getting, again, to the root of the fucking problem. I'm not saying my method's going to solve everything, but my method is definitely going to shake shit up and make a fucking difference. That's for sure. But trust me, there's going to be plenty of lazy parents that will go against it. Why? Because then it's switching up their routine, They're not, half of the parents won't know how to fucking relate to their children. Well, that's why the parents need to get on the same fucking page. When you want to start living your life again, don't you want that inner child? Don't you want to be happy in your life? You want to die fucking sad and broken and fucking worn out? What's the point of fucking life? That's basically what you're teaching your children. Work hard, bank money. You're teaching your children ass backwards fucking fundamentals for them to actually live their fucking life. And then you send them off and they don't know what to do. And you tell them, use the education. What the fuck is wrong with people? It's fucking disturbing. Your child will succeed in life when they find their happiness. I know people want to laugh that off, but laugh now and hit me up in fucking 10 years. I know everybody wants to stress about how important certain stuff is, but nobody's fucking doing anything about it. Wake the fuck up, people. Wake up. You're allowing the government to step in. You might as well it's like having a fucking animal in a fucking cage, a child in a cage in the zoo. It's what you're doing to your children. You came here here to create your own life. You do what makes you happy. That's flow state. Everything will fucking follow. As a child, you have to follow guidelines. And I get that because of the fucking government. But it's also our job. And if you don't know how to educate your children, find programs that can educate your children. The right programs. The government-funded programs are corrupted. Stop equating your kids' fucking education and what college they go to their fucking happiness. Stop doing that to your fucking kids, people. So yeah, take certain programs and incorporate them into your fucking household so your child has a fucking shot of surviving. We all have kids and intentions with hoping they're going to live their best lives and this and that. Well, they're off to a pretty rough fucking start because of the system, because of the school, right? So you got to do your job here too, guys. Again, it's not enough to just freaking talk about it and not actually do it. Look at that, why I cut it. The lower world and the upper world. That says a lot. You sure I don't want to start my own political? I know. Well, I have that in me, guys. Trust me, I got that in me. I've always seen myself at podiums debating. Like, I get it. I'm very passionate about certain stuff, but it's just so, again, another reason why it's like eventually I want to take this in another direction because we sit here and we talk about it, but nobody's fucking doing anything about it. You know? And it really does boil down to your children. How do you change humanity if your children are growing up in the matrix and then they don't figure things out until later in life, until they figure out they can explore certain stuff and do that? Like, you're already fucking your child over. And a majority of you are very aware of that. It just happens and it's being allowed because what other choice do you have? Like, it's illegal if you don't send them to school. You got to work and put food on the table for this and that. So, like, I get where there's all those obstacles and there's all that. So there is programs, there is things that need to be developed. There is things that you can incorporate within your household, without sending them to a certain school. It needs to be done. It needs to be done. And you could say, oh, I think I'm going to homeschool my child, pull my kids out. Then you got your parents saying to yourself, like, well, why would you do that? You don't have time for that. How are you going to pay your bills? Well, because that's all conditioning and that's how they raised you. So it's a lot of things, guys. But this is just one way, this particular method to help and get started. But there's so much more that needs to be done and incorporated in a simple way so your kid has a surviving shot. Because again, it's not about just it does boil down to education, but it's what you put in their brain, what the government puts in their brain. It breaks down to a lot of things. Um, I just truly believe if you keep that one thing stimulated, that level of consciousness, the government's not going to like it. Parents might have a hard time with it, but it benefits the future. It benefits your children, your children's children. It's a whole nother way of living. It's like taking a village, raising a village, taking a person to raise a village. That's not it. It's not with a village, though. People move out of the city and into the suburbs because they want their kids to be safer, a better education. It just majority of the time does not work that way. You feel like it does, or it feels like it was a better move because it's more quiet. Maybe you can concentrate. There's issues no matter where you go. It's how your child's tapping in or how we're connecting to the children, and the government has already figured out a way to keep them in the system. So anywho. And it takes one person to have a community, I don't have a bus, or I don't have this, or you just said like the Quaker schools, what pulled me to like shake a village in certain communities, and regarding Amish, and go see how they live, and how they survive off of their own craft and farming, and furniture and certain stuff. But like there's all these foundations, right? So it's like even if you homeschool your children, guys, like there's still so many foundations that you can have licensed in different states where they go through the same stuff, like criminal background check, like all that. Like this, just like how everybody else sets up foundations. It's the same shit, guys. Anybody can fucking do it. Just nobody's doing it. Teach your child that way, hands on. Have them sit down with Amish kids, this and that. Like, have them go here, have them go there. Like, when you're homeschooling, how about, you have some type of connection to a third world country or something, and you bring back fucking, instead of pen pals, you bring back Zoom pals, and you teach your kids about different fucking culture. Why are we just keeping it in the United States, or why are we just keeping this stuff in the same country? Why are we not expanding? Like this is stuff that's like, I just don't understand, like, why is it all got to be in the books? It's such a problem. Oh, and I just did those inside out. It's like, enough with the fucking books, guys, for a little while. Like, fuck. I'll get there. I'll do my best before I leave this earth to get there. Mark my words. I'm not the only one that's key on child education. There's just programs and scholarships, and you can open the door to a whole new world for your children. Just take their heads out of the fucking books every once in a while. Like, Why are we not incorporating Zoom classes? Why are we not doing this with different cultures and certain stuff? Like, they're all children, we're all growing up. Why not incorporate that type of stuff? Why is there not that one fucking program with the technology these days? Why? The government holding back your own fucking children, being taught the way they want you to teach. That's why there's so many philosophers and so many people who like to teach at colleges and certain stuff, because this is my way. This is you know what I mean? Um, but we should be incorporating that from a young age. Your child should not be going to college and at that age group where that's where they learn that. They should already be learning that as they proceed, as they grow. They should already be being taught. It should be, why is my kids just got to stay here. I don't want them learning about this and this. And like, what? You would teach them about culture and certain stuff, but like certain things regarding culture, like, okay, there's a chapter on this, there's a chapter on that, there's a chapter, like, that's it. There's a whole fucking world out there. Half the problem is our teachers are conditioned. That's another big fucking problem. Can't fix things overnight, guys, but you can definitely put certain things into play. I don't care how fucking broke you are. I can take my ass to the top of the fucking top and go and talk to certain people and see if they're going to fund my idea. Why? A lot of people, especially the ones that are huge on children's education, they might really be on top of that and be like, all right, you got something like this. How can we incorporate that, this and this? And then next thing you know, we're adding one thing and then we're adding another. But you got to go to the top. You got to go like the big wigs, because they're the people that they know the laws and they got the people and they can push it through. Because the government's going to fight to not push certain stuff through. So again, it's like, if you start little and you start with this and you cover your butt, and unfortunately you got to do that these days. But you remember back in the day what I used to love? Pen pals, writing to the military, things like that. It made me feel what appreciation feels like. It made me feel what sorrow feels like. It made me feel so many different ways. And then how it was explained to me how it makes somebody else feel good. And and that just got stripped. That just got taken from us. But now we can do Zoom. This is how people educate themselves here. This is how they do this. You can teach your kids different languages by incorporating each semester, each quarter, every fourth quarter, you're taking a new culture and you're teaching them basically how to count 1 through 20. By the time your kid is ready for college, they're going to have a good idea on where they want to go, what they want to practice, or an idea that they're forming, and how do they take that idea and go to college or get the right education and take the right classes, so when they come out, they're certified. Like, it's things like this, guys. Like, why do we not do that? But instead, you got to get a program hooked on phonics or hooked on this and teach this. We can be doing that already. And it costs nothing. The government should be doing that, and they're not. Like certain dances and natives and certain stuff, or and now the kids, they're pulled to like TikTok, and this is how they dance to that, and this is how we dance to that, and it's great and they love it. But they shouldn't just have to get done through like TikTok. Your kid could be such a smart fucking brilliant cookie, by the time they leave high school, if the education system was more in tune with cultural things and just looked at things differently and incorporated certain things. Imagine your kid having that type of education where they come home and they're excited and I learned about this and this and like that stuff sticks with children. It expands their brain. It keeps them stimulated. It keeps them wanting more. That's the type of education I want my children to have. Not like, oh, I gotta go to school tomorrow. I think it was like 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, Kaden tried pulling. Can I take a mental health day? I'm like, go back in your room. You fucking out of your mind. Pull that shit with me. I know when you've had enough and you need a break. Don't pull that shit with me. But there's so much shit kids can pull these days and get away with it, especially if they talk to, counselors. It's fucking sad. Government has the system pinned in regards to our children. And all the parents know, all they know to do is you just gotta get an education, you gotta learn, you gotta do this, and it's so hard out there and this and that. Like, but what's wrong with like it's so exciting out there. You can explore, you can do this. Like parents don't talk to their children like that anymore. It's so hard out there and you can't survive anymore and the bills and the food and this and that. Like so you're basically bringing your child down a notch every time you say that instead of being like, oh my God, there's a whole world out there. It's so exciting. The only ones that really feel comfortable doing that are the ones that come from money or have money so your kids can travel. But your kids can travel fucking piss broke, guys. Believe that. So again, we're doing it to our own children. Just through words. So hard out there. How about, oh my God, it's so exciting out there. So again, we as parents are doing it to our children too, without even realizing we're doing it to our children because you're worried or you have your own fears or conditioning and you're listening to the news, right? So there's just little things that really need to be added into like everyday certain stuff. So your children has a better shot in life when it comes to their happiness. You wouldn't be where you're at sitting in depression and not being able to make decisions and I don't know which direction to go in. You wouldn't be there if someone stopped for a minute and said, man, like everything we just said. So you're basically doing the same thing to your child. You're setting them up to fail. But some people in the matrix are so deep, like it's not really failing. If they can pay their bills and live, then maybe you can travel and that's what's going to make you happy. No, you already have it ass backwards and you're already fucking over your child. Just like that. So. I just hope like this conversation apparently for some of you helps or gives you an idea. I don't know what the purpose of this whole conversation was. Well, I know what the purpose is, like, and where it's going like that, but it's just like talk about our kids to this, that, blue in the face. Talk about the day. How do you feel? None of that matters if you're not targeting the one thing and bringing back the one thing. The damage is already there. The conditioning is already there. So everything in life, from the minute that one thing's taken from you, is just a temporary fix. I don't want people to live life like that anymore. That's why spirituality has a stigma, because you have to do a lot of work to get there. So it's attached to a stigma, but like It doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be so hard. It's just certain things need to be targeted at certain age groups and problems fucking solved, guys. Just like that. Whole new form of education. And I'm not trying to take away what they're teaching us, everything in general like that, but the main things that are needed, and it's quite a few of them, are not incorporated in the education today, and it's just, it's sad. So help your children the best you can by thinking outside of the box when it comes to certain things. Or like I said, you coming up with an idea, and don't take your idea and go to the patent office. Go to a corporation that, works with, certain foundations, and don't go the average route that Google tells you to go. Go straight to the top where they're the ones, like you Google it, it's going to have you do 7 different steps to get to the one place where your intuition told you needed to go anyway. Like these type of conversations should be being had and discussed in college. So when then your children start having children, because college kids, this would be like so eye-opening to look at things like that. And they're going to say to themselves, man, I wish I was educated like that. Or I wish I had that opportunity. And stuff like that stays in their head. So then the next generation has a better shot at surviving. You have to target the right audience with the right topics. It's the only way we're going to be able to make a fucking difference in this world. So I need people to start kind of not getting on the same page, but going out there and creating. We're ascending, guys. This is important. Talk about save the children. Let's fucking actually save the children. And hit the right target area. A lot of people aren't going to want to target colleges. Well, they shouldn't be thinking about children. They're starting their lives and they just got their education. They're starting their career. No, that's a perfect age group. That's a perfect target. Because they're going to all sit back, like I said, and be like, man, I wish I had that. Or I wish these things were mentioned, or it would have been nice if I grew up this way, and it would have been, you know what I mean? It would have saved me 2 years of taking this particular fucking class if that was already incorporated. It does not take a genius. It does not take a PhD to know what's best. I need to get water. I don't know what I'm trying to even like target here. I don't know the date. All right, so we're just going to go after what it is that wants to come out for energy, and we'll try, I already plugged you in, and we'll try to keep it, I guess, on just kind of like maybe just the topic we discussed today, different things that we've been talking about. See if it has any type of direction or guidance or ideas. So kind of current energy, creative energy, that type of stuff. Oh, Mingya. I just talked about that card with you. I forgot my water. I'm getting kind of nauseous, so I know I'm tapping into something more matrix. So again, it's like, yeah, leave the plastic in the fridge, thanks. So I know I'm tapping into something more matrix, and then it's like, all right, well, take the twist. How do you take matrix and create what you want, you know? I can tell, like, when it's more like, I get nauseous right off the fucking bat. And I literally that's the one card I said to you guys when I was going through the deck. I'm like, man, I remember that card coming out for you. So it's not really a coincidence that this card is here. There's just something very strong. I just remember, I'm getting nauseous. I just remember that card so well. For those who have been with me for a long time, it might ring a bell. It might be like, yeah, I know exactly what she's talking about. I think it was like that one card that consistently came out of the deck. 3 is about creation. Mind, body, soul. All right. The arrow. Receiving this symbol reminds you Oh, I can see so much better with those, but it's messing with my vision. It doesn't typically do that. Hold on, let me just fix the eyeballs for a minute. Doesn't help by squishing them, but I just messed with my own vision. Receiving this symbol reminds you that when you're in alignment with your heart and soul, you're on target and will soon be hitting your mark. Be true to your calling, release the attachments, and free yourself from the bondage and go after the ambition. Now is revealed to be the moment of contact with your intention and how it meets the material world. This arrow also symbolizes the next set for your creativity to be free. So this is what it's telling us. I'm just trying to see whether or not, let me ask Spirit if I want to read the invitation or the medicine, because the medicine I think is more like, yeah, see, it's like no, because it's like, yeah, but it's important. It's more matrix. Let me figure out. I haven't worked with this deck in a while, so I want to be careful. When the arrow zings through the air, it's inviting you to pay attention and signifying you to make the mark in some aspect of your life. It illuminates the moment of contact when you know the desires and intentions have traveled from one wind and landed into another place for your highest good. Trust your job, but yet also relax and get focused. Keep your eye on the prize and keep releasing your intention with the full expectations that it will land where it's supposed to. Don't worry about how or the exact form. This is not the time to interfere with the manner in which an arrow flies. It will make its mark, and you will have cause to celebrate. In regards to the medicine, it's time to admit that by continuing on your path that you are on, you might be shooting yourself in the foot. Could it be that you become attached to winning into the game or miss the mark? Okay, so yeah, that's the part where it's like, we don't need to go there. And it's not about discouraging you. That is more of like the matrix. But what comes out here is, how do we keep the creation going? I just talked about that. Because if I bring this into play, it's going to take you out of a headspace of creation, because then you're going to doubt, you're going to question certain stuff, then you're going to doubt, you're going to do all that, and that's not where I want you to go. So do you see how crucial it is? And we just touched base on that same thing, and I do feel the matrix here. But my job here would be like, okay, this is where you know it's at. This is what we just talked about. Keep going. It's here. You're only going to set yourself back or question yourself if I was to even read that. But again, some people might need to hear, like, this is a sign that something out there is better than what you're actually waiting for. Basically, some people here are suffering in the case of the pathway because they don't know how to heal certain parts, and it makes them feel unworthy. The parts that people worry about and making them feel like it's not enough, the place where these voices are. What's truly yours, what's waiting for you, things like that. So I don't really need to go there, because this is for like the lower energy and it's matrix. And I know it's important to touch base on that too, because I know there's energy out there. But this channel, this is us. This is for us, guys. We're ascending. And if you don't plan on ascending and evolving and growing and stepping out of your own way, you don't belong on this channel. And that's just the truth. So we don't need to go into that. What makes you feel better? This or that? It's not me being unrealistic. We've reached a certain hit of ascension where we shouldn't take ourselves back. So receiving this symbol reminds you that you're in alignment with your heart and soul, that you're on target and will soon be hitting your mark. Be true to your calling, release attachments, and free yourself from the bondage and go after the ambition. Now is revealed to be the moment of contact with your intention that meets the material world. The arrow also symbolizes the need to set your creativity free. The air, it's inviting you to pay more attention and signify life. It illuminates the moments of contact where you know where certain desires and intentions have traveled land to make the perfect place for your highest good. Trust that your job is relaxed yet focused, keeping your eye on the prize and releasing the intention with full expansion. And just see where it lands. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about how to extract it. It's not of which the arrow flies. It will make its mark, and you will have cause to celebrate. So this is already telling you you're in an alignment. You're good to go. You're using your heart, your mind, your soul. You're on target. You're going to be hitting your mark soon. It's your true calling. And we talked about that. A true calling, you find your happiness, you're going to find the calling. Okay? So if you're holding on into anything, release the attachment, free yourself. This is a really good time. Set your creativity free. Perfect example. I just asked for it and we just got the perfect example. Okay. Let's see if maybe we can get an idea. So there's something already there, or there's something that's going to be coming your way. Maybe this will trigger some type of an idea. We got the luminous warrior, but the serpent came out. So this could possibly be an idea, or this, I feel like this might not necessarily an activation, but let's see. The serpent is a life force of Mother Earth. The coiled serpent of the Kundalini brings passion, healing, and renewal. She offers the fruit of the tree, the knowledge of the Garden of Eden, and reminds us to shed the past in certain ways that she shred because she's tired. It's the old skin. The serpent comes here to offer the forbidden fruit that will set your passion and creativity free. So, and it's more like the essence of the idea. It has to do with stirring up your chakras, gently asking you to embrace the mystery, shred the old skin you've been attached to, and welcome the new vulnerable pink underbelly that will bring you the fresh experience in your life, your passion, sexuality, your awakening. It can be scary, but trust the wisdom of the serpent to transform your sensual energies into a beautiful, original manifestation. So again, it's what you're creating, something, you're going to set something into motion, or it's already set into motion. Well, it's orchestrated, but you need to set into motion, put passion behind it. It's what you do next is going to be healing. It's like a renewal, continuously reminding us to shed the past, the new skin. As a visual, maybe when you're in the shower, you can use a scrub or a certain brush, like scrub the dead skin cells, feel renewed. Imagine yourself being renewed. I don't know why I just said that, because I feel like it doesn't even, I mean, it makes sense, but it's like something else was supposed to come out. So I don't. Whatever this is, it brings passion, healing, and renewal. There's something about it that's throwing me off, though. But it shouldn't be throwing me off. There's a blockage. All of a sudden, I have a headache. I don't know what type of blockage this is. It could be an energy around you. It's ironic because this talks about passion, creation, same thing, and this is a renewal. So I hope you're really pushing through something here because there is a blockage. And it could be from a person, place, a thing. I think it's more of a person. It's like an energy around you. This energy could give you a headache when you talk to them. I don't typically say that. But there is an energy here. And it could be within your own brain. It could be you're holding yourself back in regards to something. Because this was supposed to kind of feed off of this, and it's not. So I don't want you to get to like a certain part and then get blocked, if that makes sense. Again, I don't know if it's your own blockage or not. What's this serpent? I don't think you're getting in your own way here. Not with the arrow coming out first. It could be energies that just want to get in your way. 8 of coin, inquiring enterprise. Hidden deceit. So it is an energy around you with the 8 of coin. Be careful with this idea or what you create. I don't know if somebody might want to market your stuff or come in, micromanage. I'm not really sure. Because the arrow's already in the air. Don't worry about where it lands. Just go get started. It's like passing the torch, but there's something about it. It could be sabotage, but it doesn't feel like sabotage. But it would be tell me about the 7 of swords. There's too many. It would be self-sabotaging if it's your own blockage, but it doesn't feel like it's your own blockage. It feels like a stigma in a way. Yeah, see, manifesting, I just heard disaster, but it's manifesting punishment with the magician reversed. Yeah, so there is definitely something, it's an energy around you. I don't know if it's sneaky. I don't know. Again, guys, you can't manifest in a state of depression or anger or frustration. It doesn't work that way. So again, I don't know if there's a perfectionist here. It could be your own blockage, but it feels like, well, if you're in the matrix, I bet it is your own blockage. If you're spiritual, it still could be your blockage, but I don't think so. I think it's more of an energy around you. And that energy has a blockage. So basically, it's like every time you step out into the matrix, you're going to run into that blockage. And we can work around that. So it's something else. It's something else I need to pick up on. Because again, the arrow is already in the air, guys. You're creating, you're going after something. Receiving this symbol reminds you that you're already in alignment, your heart and your soul. You'll soon be on the target. You'll be hitting it soon, hitting the mark. Be true to your calling, release attachments, free yourself from bondage. Now you reveal the moment of contact with your intention meets the material world. So this could be an energy around you. It could be a thought, the Seven of Swords and the Magician reversed. It's interfering with my spirituals. I mean, I feel that freedom there. You're not allowing it to interfere with my spirituals, but it will interfere with my spirituals. If you allow someone else to tell you where the arrow should land, be careful here, because I feel like you have like a know-it-all or something around you, or somebody who thinks that know-it-all, or here, let me pass the torch. I've experienced this before. Let me teach you the ways. Let me tell you how this works. I can teach you how to get there. Be careful, because there could be some hidden agendas here, some deceit. So I don't know if this is an energy around you already wanted to come in and kind of work with your idea. This is matrix. This happens all the time when someone creates something or something, or your energy shifts. When your energy shifts, you're creating. So I do feel like this is an energy where it's like, I can show you the way. I can help. I can get you there. You don't need anybody to get you there. You can get yourself there. Because if you allow a certain energy to interfere here, it's going to take away your passion. It's going to take away your sense of renewal. It's gonna take away. So be careful that you have an energy that coming in around here that thinks they know best. Okay. Be wary, because this person's energy is low. They can't help you manifest. They can't manifest. They can't help you manifest in this state of consciousness. It's mental. They're already manifesting a fallout, a crumble. They don't have an end goal. They might have something in mind if it's material, but they don't have an end game. They don't know what you're creating. Do they even know anything regarding your creation? Is this somebody who pretends that they're possibly spiritual? Do they even know what you're creating? Because this could end up in a disaster. It's going to take away passion. It's going to take things from you without you even realizing it. So the snake is kind of sneaky here more than like the kundalini. So this could be just somebody at your work, nosy Nelly. No, well, maybe you should do it. I just feel like somebody here is very opinionated, or I can help you get there. Say you've never created a business and somebody else has. Look, let me show you how to get there. You don't need somebody else's opinion. It's the arrow's already in the air. It's going to land where it needs to land, but that arrow is not going to land. You're going to mesh with the whole going down the wrong path if you allow somebody else to come in and try to tell you where something's going or where the frigate should land. Because somebody here is attached to winning the game. But when you're attached to winning the game, there's a good chance you're going to miss your mark. Because this person wants to make sure the arrow lands where it lands. This arrow you've already created, and Spirit's going to have it land where it lands. Do you get the difference here? So you got to be careful here. You might want to create by yourself. And this is in regards to your energy yourself, guys. Energy yourself, changing your energy, shifting your energy. You can create with certain energies on around you. When we elevate and we clear our aura and our energy shifts, you're always going to attract lower energy because it's always going to go towards higher vibing energy. But this is definitely a know-it-all. I'd love to say maybe you're being guided by spirit, but this I feel like this is somebody who, like, I don't know if it's like intentional. You don't need them. You just don't need this energy around is what this is saying. I don't know if it's like I don't think it's you, like I don't feel worthy. Again, if this is a spiritual aspect, you could be going back and forth. Like, I don't know. See, you wouldn't be able to create if you were in that energy. This is definitely a person that might want to interfere here. Or it's just, we'll get a couple more cards. You got to be careful here. You definitely have to be wary here. Because this is about what needs to be shed. And I'd love to put you here, but you wouldn't have already created this. You can't create in this energy. So I know it's an energy around you. So it could be a little bit of a challenge for you to work around if it's a family member or a boss wanting to kind of keep you in line. Oh, I have an idea for this project. And it's like, if you were to take it somebody else, they would love it, but your boss keeps you right on track. If anything, they would steal your idea or try to incorporate. You get what I'm saying? So there's an energy around you like that. That's kind of there is something sneaky about it. I just feel like this energy can more sabotage the idea. It could be an energy that has good intentions, but they're a know it all. You don't need that energy. You don't need anybody to tell you how to execute something. You've already created it. Spirit knows where the arrow is going to land. If spirit wanted somebody to come in and collaborate, they would be giving me different energy and telling you, go ahead, it's going to take somebody else. You know, being a team is sometimes stronger than just being an individual. But this is not what that's saying. This is saying letting somebody else interfere with your energy or your own creation or an idea will only hold you back. Because it's all about, for that energy, it's all about winning. Unfortunately. Because there's Dharma here, something going in your direction. So you have Dharma, they have karma. Let's just say you have Dharma and they're in the matrix. But also, you got to be careful here not to use certain energies because the Kundalini is here. So you don't want to seduce other energies, or this energy might try to seduce you right out of your own idea. Oh, I have an idea. Let's incorporate it. And it's like all of a sudden, like you can't even think. It's like, wait a minute, I already have an idea. Like what do you mean? Why are you tweaking my idea? Well, that's because there's somebody here in the matrix that thinks it's going to work better for the matrix, that you should be incorporating things into the matrix because that's how people live. If you go against the grain, you're going to make it so much harder for you. That's what this energy is like, wants to tell you. Get what I'm saying? So I don't know who this is to you. It could be at work, lowering your energy. It could be a family member. It could be a friend. But this is pretty crucial right now because the arrow's already out, guys. This is more like of a warning because this is like your creativity is there. You're already in tuned with your passion. You're already in the midst of healing. This is you're shredding your old skin and going into your new skin. It's freaking refreshing, right? But then you have this energy. This energy is not refreshing. This is somebody who wants to kind of come in and like, I've done this, I can do this, I can help you. But their energy is not aligned with your energy. They might have good advice, but they're not even be able to they can't even give good advice right now because where their mentality is. You would take it as an insult. You don't need their advice. You get what I'm saying? You would be insulted that somebody would even try to educate you on something maybe you are already educated on. It would be taken offensively. So this energy is does not mesh with you right now. It's not beneficial. This is somebody around you or somebody that wants to come back around, I don't know. But it's lurking because they're watching. You don't have to be necessarily creating like I'm talking about my other channel. This literally, this could be you. They're watching you, your energy shift, your personality, your face, your eyes, you're glowing. It's that type of energy, right? Again, you have the vampires. You got certain stuff that want to kind of want to come in and interfere here. So you gotta take this to so many different levels of your everyday activity and where you go and travel and certain stuff. This is an energy you could have been attached to, or this is an energy where maybe you guys wanted to create something, but it never panned out. Or an energy that you once wanted to be with, but it didn't work. Because the serpent is here, it's to renew, but it's also renewing your sensual energies so you can manifest. And this talks about manifestation, right? If there's certain energies around us, it's real hard for us to create and manifest and feel good about ourselves when you constantly have somebody poking or pecking at you, right? This definitely feels like I can help you here. I know what I'm doing. I can help you. And I don't even think like this is like intentional deceit or intentional there's an end game. It's this energy because of the vibration or frequency will automatically sabotage what you have going. So you really do have to be careful here. Again, like honestly, like if I had an idea and this could even be my dad. I doubt it is, but it could be like, oh, I've been there and done that, trust me, or I can help you here, but it might be my own karma to continue to do this myself so it turns into dharma. Like there's so many different ways I can look at this. I just know it's a big deal and it's definitely a person that thinks they can come in and for some of you educate you. Or like, look, again, I've done this. But this is your idea, and spirit already has an idea for that arrow, guys. You've already been shedding your skin. You already have the pink belly. Do you get what I'm saying? Your belly's already pink. There's absolutely something here that you want to avoid, and it is absolutely a person. But be careful here. You don't want to use your energies either to seduce a certain energy. So I don't know where that's coming into play. Or don't allow yourself to be seduced. Someone can take your idea and make it sound amazing. And it's almost like a hypno. It's a snake, right? So you got to be careful here because I don't know what type of energy is around you, but they might be able to influence through words, even though at the time it doesn't make sense. They might make you might go back and question yourself or doubt yourself or think about, oh, do they have a good idea? Fucking stop. That's that's where spirits like fucking stop. That's they don't so this is a warning that this energy is coming in because I'm being told you already have the pink belly. So there is vulnerability there if your belly's pink. You are vulnerable to certain energies right now. Even if you feel like no one can take you down, there's still that vulnerability because the arrow's still in the air. Your belly's pink. It doesn't matter how strong you feel. There's a vulnerable there's something vulnerable right now with my spirituals, and that's where this awareness needs to come in. Okay, yeah, Lani mentioned that. I told her to wash it for you, and she could bring it to you on Friday. There is something more here, so I'm just trying to like really pin it. I know it's basic and you're like, I got this, I know. You have an idea of who it may be or you have a heads up. But I think it's more important for you to know that you have a weak spot, but it's not a weak spot. You don't see it as a weak spot because it's not a weak spot, but it is a weak spot. And it's not a weak spot that needs to be sealed. I think you got your head on your shoulders and you're good. But whenever there's something in the air and it hasn't landed and your belly's now pink, that vulnerability is going to be there no matter what. And again, I don't know if this energy is trying to take advantage or not. It kind of looks like they have good intentions, like been there, done that, I can help you. But it's not going to work out because their brain is in the matrix or they're just not vibing at the same frequency. So this might be disappointing because you might have wanted to go into business with somebody or you might have wanted to take a vacation with somebody. So this could be a disappointing delivery for some of you guys. If it's more mundane, it's more like, all right, you're taking a vacation, don't even talk about this idea. I wouldn't even talk about it with somebody else. Even I know better than that. But I can still talk about like Marsh and Ash, like certain people ask me, what do you do? I'm like, I'll just send you the video. I don't need anybody else's input right now. But this is somebody that wants to give their input. I don't think this is self-sabotage because you would not get here without being aligned enough to manifest. So this is absolutely hands down another energy around you. And again, whether it's intentional or not, you guys are not aligned. Your frequencies are not aligned. You've already shedded the old skin. You're not attached to anything. There's energy around you that's coming in that is still attached to something. You're ready for a fresh experience. The energy around you, this isn't a fresh experience. This is, I've been there and done that. It's experience. So they just look at it as wisdom. It's not. It could have worked for them, but Spirit's saying it hands down will not work for you. That's how I know there's a matrix here and there's a spiritual here. It's real important not to incorporate the matrix like this. When you have to help people, you need to think about the matrix and incorporate the matrix in certain ways, but not this way. This is like, hey, I can get you here. I can fill your piggy bank. Hey, I can get you here. I know the perfect photographer. See what I'm saying? So, again, you are vulnerable. I don't think you really need to worry about it, but Spirit wanted to make sure that you are very aware. I do feel like this is something you would block or shut down or say no thank you, but you could be dealing with somebody that's really persistent. Oh, we should really meet up. I miss you. I haven't talked to you. You got to look at this as this could be an ex, this could be a family member, this could be a random person off the fucking street. This could be a headhunter watching me. This could be just your friend that doesn't want you to succeed. They want you to stay on the same level as them so they don't lose their friend. And I know it sounds so fucked up, and you think your friends wouldn't do that, but it's so natural to keep your friends at the same frequency, to keep you where they're at. So, you get what I'm saying? I know you do. So, I don't know if you know this person yet, but this is definitely a heads up that this energy is gonna definitely make their way towards you because this is your energy, you know? It's nice, it's refreshing, it's rejuvenizing. It's a nice message to be delivered. It's a nice message to have. You're aligned. That's like the Empress energy. That's like you would never allow a knight or a page to come in and fuck with the Empress, right? That knight or page already had messed with the Empress, and that's how the Empress became the Empress because she did the work to get there by herself. She got herself there. Not she didn't get there because of the knights or the pages. You got there through hard work, healing, your own expectations, not sabotaging your own energy, your own mindset. It takes a lot of work to get to the Empress. This is where you're at, Empress style. If you're already in alignment and your energy is shifted, you're an Empress. You're not a princess, you're not a queen, you're an Empress. Don't allow another energy to come in. It doesn't matter if they're 60 years old and dressed to top notch and they have this type of education. It doesn't matter. This is what this is saying. It doesn't matter. So for some of you, it is somebody who wants you to incorporate the matrix. I don't even know if they realize they're doing it. It's just a very pushy energy. But your energy is already powerful. You guys might even experience a kundalini. You're meant to have a fresh experience here and now coming in. So be careful because, again, this energy, whether they have an ill intention or an agenda, wants the arrow to land where they want it to land because it worked for them. It could be innocent, but it would set you off track and you would have to eventually start all over again. You already got to the Empress. Don't let somebody come in and take that from you. Yeah, it's fun. It's quick. They can come at you. They have an idea. No, they haven't done the work. Do they deserve to be where you're at right now? And I hate to say that because everyone deserves to be somewhere. But this doesn't look like energy where they earned a spot to tell you what you should do with your own energy or what you choose to create. This person didn't earn that spot. And I hate to say it like that for you guys, especially if this is someone you love or it's a friend or a family member. But spirit's making that real clear. Why should you allow somebody to just come right in that put no effort into this, but yet I can do this for you? You don't need this energy to do this for you. It would shatter what you create. And that stinks if you really love this person or this is somebody you're dating. It's a tough message to deliver. It really is. But it would take you off course. You would have to start all over again, and that could take years. I had this discussion, I think, just the other day with you guys when I talked about banking all the money on YouTube and this and that, and me sabotaging it, or just getting sabotaged in general. It's life lessons. The lesson I needed to learn to be prepared for if it comes back around. And now somebody could throw that in my face. Well, you weren't able to do it the first time. It does not mean that you need help the second time. It could have been something completely linked to a different part of your karma. Or spirit just didn't want you in a certain town. You really got to think outside the box here. Because this energy, I really feel like some of this energy really feels like they really can help you, and it's not an ill intention. But that's the problem here. That's how quickly people get sidetracked and lose ideas and go in different directions, because it's not somebody that has an ill intention. It's somebody who probably has a really good intention, but it's just not going to be beneficial right now for you to let somebody come in and tell you what you should create, or how you should be working with the energy that you're in. It's just, please remember that you are aligned. It takes a lot for us to get aligned. And to be honest with you, we can thank our spirits for aligning us, because our energy has been so up and down. We haven't even been in a space where we've been trying to keep grounded because of like the chaos and a lot going on. So the spirits around you have been keeping you in alignment because of the ascension. So all the work that you did to get to the Empress, it's a lot of work to get to the Empress alone, never mind trying to ground at the same time and add all these extra things to your plate. So again, you can thank certain energies out there in the universe for keeping you aligned. Obviously, you're keeping yourself aligned at the same time by being in the Empress energy. But we can't do it all by ourselves all the time without a break or a breather. But you've been pushing through. And because you've been pushing through and realizing certain stuff and working on your idea, or working on yourself, your energy, your mindset, what's important, they've kept you in alignment. I thank my guides for that, because sometimes I forget to ground. Sometimes I forget to do that stuff. A lot of people that are spiritual just think they're already in alignment. It doesn't work that way, especially with all the transits this month. Okay, so you can thank the universe for that. This is like you would rather take a bite of a forbidden fruit than to do it in the old casual way, right? It's the adventure, it's the passion, it's feeling free, being creative, the curiosity. That's what gets you here. This is like this is like a different piece of forbidden fruit. It'd be like knowing that the villain is handing you a poisoned apple, but you're like, well, it looks good. Let me have a taste. So I just really need you guys to be careful here, because they can have a good intention or an ill intention. Even if they have a good intention, spirit already has a landing for the arrow. So some of you, it's kind of like a lesson here. It doesn't mean this person can't be part of your life. You just nicely have to say, look, I'm doing this alone. I'm going about this alone. Like, thank you for your idea, but anybody's idea right now is kind of messing with me emotionally. And if they can't respect that and they still want to intrude, well, then you got to take this energy to a whole new level. But say it's somebody from your past coming back, or a friend, you know, they can still stay in your life. You guys can still hang out and do stuff. But when it comes to what's best for you, you've already figured that out. You're already there, right? So you got to be careful whether this energy is sneaky or not. Because receiving this symbol, once again, it's already letting you know that you're in alignment with your heart and soul. So that passion is there. That's why you got a pink belly. You're right on target and will soon be hitting the mark. Continue to go after your true calling or your energy, how you're feeling, because you've already released attachments. So this is somebody that wants to come in and kind of put a restriction, whether you realize it or not, or it's like an additional attachment that you don't, you've already freed yourself. And that took a lot of work. And of your intentions. What's your intention behind your energy? What's your intention behind your idea? What's your intention how you're creating? I can't stress enough. What's your intention behind just your energy? To keep it safe? Why do you want to keep it safe? Well, because I had this experience and I know I don't want to put myself in that situation again. Right? So now it's like, it's almost telling you with this being here, it's already revealed. Like, this is the moment. Your intentions that you already set for yourself, you're now putting out there into the world. It's like social media when people can see your energy shift on Facebook. You know what I mean? You're putting it out into the material world. So yes, you are going to attract this energy. But the arrow is also symbolizing the need to set your creativity free. Let it go. You don't need somebody come in and tell you how to create. It's so important here, guys. And again, this could be somebody that does not have no ill intentions. It's just, you've already broke conditioning. You've already stepped out of the matrix. This is somebody who still functions in the matrix. It doesn't look like this energy has the best intentions, but it feels like they do. So those two feelings alone can be confusing. You allow an energy to come in and confuse you for 1 second. It's you've already allowed somebody to kind of take over your creativity process. So trust me, you're not going to want to start over. The medicine wheel in regards to the arrow. Wow, look at that. Eagle, lioness, hummingbird. What a beautiful snake. I don't know. It looks like a not a tree python. It looks like I know the name of that snake. They typically have a flatter head. The medicine wheel is a sacred loop of 4 cardinal directions, well marked. It represents the cycle of life and the cycles of nature in a circular pattern from the cosmos. It is here to be used, it's been here to be used for millennia with indigenous cultures that bring harmony and well being into certain villages. Its direction symbolizes the 4 steps of the shamans that take to become a person of power and wisdom. So you're already in your power and wisdom. Okay. I know this seems like, oh, I got this under control, but I know this type of energy and it kind of sneaks up on you. And this is the type of energy that can set you back. To manifest clear blue skies in your life, it's important that you take a certain look at aspects of your being and enter the medicine wheel of the self and see how it reflects and how you're still clinging to even the past events. So that talks about your karma. Your self node is about your karma. So you've already learned something here. So again, I don't know if something's going to come in and challenge you. Continue to the west and notice which relationships are toxic, which ones drain you. Step into the north and ask yourself, do I know the position and how to show it? And at the east direction, visualizing how it is you want to live the next chapter of your life. So it's basically visualizing everything that I just kind of said. It's up to you and how much time you want to spend in each direction, how many minutes, days, or months. But when you're done, make sure you step outside the wheel and complete your journey and contemplate your journey. So be careful here because this can't be avoided. This is an everyday person. It's a family member. It's somebody. It can't be avoided. It's going to come towards you. So this talks about your self node, or, karma, pushing through things, releasing energies, stagnant ways, wanting the new life, wanting the change, accepting the change, knowing it's hard. It's all those tough things to get to the Empress, but you fucking got there. So that's why I said, I forget which card it was. I believe it was 46. I believe it was the snake that talked about the Dharma, because it's time to receive Dharma. So, but this is still karma. But again, we can look at this as the matrix. Okay. You must not postpone your healing journey any longer. It can be difficult to stop, but you must find the inner strength to step into the medicine wheel so you don't lose any opportunity. There are many ways of many paths. Choose the one that resonates with you. Once you've found it, the only mistake that can be made now is to you for actually not follow it or to let another energy interfere, which is exactly what I just said. I just feel like this is going to be really tough for some of you guys. So it would be easier if this energy was more like not wanting to like interfere or not a big deal. You know what I mean? But that you can't, this is telling me you can't avoid this. It's Dharma and karma. You're always going to run into this. So it's not really a test. It's just kind of more of an obstacle. It's a challenge. You know how to get through it. It's no fun, but you can. You'll probably get through it a little easier than you think you would, because been there, done that. But it's like the 4 steps to become a better person. Step 1, step 2, step 1, you got the karma, you move past the karma, you acknowledge it, you realize it, you learn from it. Like, you guys are kind of already there. You've been around the wheel quite a few times. And for those who work with shaman energy or have that ancestral energy, they've made that so it's very adaptable for you. So you're kind of already there. You're in that sacred hoop, like the loop. You've already done it. Now it's just like putting it out there, manifesting into blue skies instead of skies that are stormy. You've already shaped your life by shifting your own energy. So again, it's that pink belly skin. So don't postpone it if you're postponing it, or don't let somebody else come in, because there's been a lot of healing during this transit too. This transition, there's been a lot of healing. So you could lose an opportunity by allowing somebody else come in and tell you this is the way you should do it. Some of you it's innocent. Some of you it's going to be somebody real obvious and they're going to be pushy. To me, if it was somebody real obvious, it'd probably be easier for you to just go your own way. But I kind of feel like somebody here has like good intentions, but it's just, it doesn't work with you. It's not meshing with you. It's not your style. It's just an energy that's going to throw you off. Just because it worked for them does not mean it's going to work for you. That's not how legacies are built. And you have a lot of your ancestral roots here helping you. Again, if it's meant for you, it's yours. So, again, that's why I said you got to be careful. It's real easy for an energy to come in, and it's like your skies are blue right now, and it might be like all over the place, but your skies are blue. Certain energies that come in, whether you're aware of them or not, can easily take away those, can easily put clouds in the sky. That one little cloud can really, with the wheel here, like honestly, like you could lose an opportunity here because you allowed somebody else to come in. Because, for a good example, like you couldn't make it work last time, so you might think it's more beneficial to have a team member. Just now is not the time while you're getting something off the ground to have a team member. You don't want somebody to turn around 3 years from now and be like, I put you there. Motherfucker, you didn't put me there. If it wasn't for my help, blah, 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 blah. You can get into an argument, and next thing you know, this energy is like, well, I helped you get there. The fuck you didn't. This was my idea. I changed my energy. I shifted out of the shit energy you kept me in. This has nothing to fucking do with you. You can't come in and ride my fucking coattail. That's what this is kind of what you're dealing with. So this is tough if, again, you're dating this person, it's a family member, it's someone you love. This is somebody that would say something to you like that. Well, now you don't want to hang out because you think you're better than me? No, I'm not better than you. I just chose to elevate. That doesn't make me better. I chose to get out of a shitty situation where the energy was low. I chose to better my life. It doesn't make me a better person. It's just the choice I made. You chose to not get on the same wavelength. Not my problem. You chose to, sit in the slums because that's where you were comfortable, not stepping out of your own fear. That's not my problem. This is energy that takes the fear, they address it, and they push through it. It's not an energy, let's sit around and, I have nothing to fix because I've already gotten to this point in my life. It doesn't work that way. So this is like a really important read because you will be challenged with this energy again. And you do have a pink belly. So you can miss out on an opportunity here. Because you already know something's not in resonance with you. So why are you going to allow something that doesn't resonate with you to be part of you, to go along with the journey with you? You guys don't even resonate. So go after what it is. Nobody else needs to kind of come into this situation, because this talks about the only mistake you can make is not following your only gut here, where your gut's telling you to go, what to do, how to respond. You're in alignment. Some will miss this opportunity by taking the wrong route, and some have to. I've missed an opportunity because I wasn't smart enough or had enough wisdom to look ahead, or certain, everyone's things are different, but you get the gist of it. So you've already been to each corner of this wheel. Took a whole village to help you find your way out as well. So you take that power and you take that wisdom, you take that Empress, and you manifest what's best for you. And again, I'm not saying they don't want what's best for you. Again, like I said, it'd be nice if this energy was like real pushy and it was obvious and you could just, psh. But I think it's going to be a whole nother type of challenge. And I think you're going to get through it. I don't think it's anything you got to like really like, but it might be tough. It might be like, you know, so again, it's everything you experienced. Yeah, with the arrow here, just kind of ask what's coming in. So overbearing goals. This is somebody who's already like in the matrix, goal oriented, can be overbearing. It's that pushing energy, King of Wands reversed, withstanding adversity, like the Nine of Wands, like, so you got to be, yes. So it's like somebody wants, like, has an idea for you, and it's tough because you might really feel something for this energy, and they could be wise, but not with where you're going in regards to your energy. It would just be a hiccup, and that one hiccup can lead to starting over again when you've already done it. So you are going to have to kind of push through this. It is kind of overbearing. Oh, I know I can help you. So this is somebody who, like, this could be easy as a trainer in the gym that you go to and you're trying to lose weight. This is them pushing their ideas on you on how you should lose weight, when you should eat, when you should rest, what type of exercise you should be doing. Not every trainer is fit for you because they have a degree and they're certified and it worked for somebody else. Are you getting one-on-one? Like one-on-one on a whole nother one-on-one level? See what I'm saying? So you can take this with any aspect of your life, guys. This is something you should really do solo. You don't need nobody else's opinion here. Unless you're asking for somebody's advice, that's the only thing. And then that's taken with a grain of salt. You don't need anybody's advice or direction. You've shifted your energy on your own. You think you need somebody for the next step to tell you how wide of the step you should take, or what direction you should face your toes before you step? You don't. You don't. It's crucial. You really don't want to miss an opportunity here. And I don't think this person wants you to miss an opportunity, but you don't need the matrix here. This is somebody with the matrix. And with the medicine wheel, you have the wheel of fortune, same thing. Lucky, twist of fate. Okay? You create this. This is you. This is yours. You got yourself here. You got to be very strategic here with the Queen of Swords. Maybe you need to be strategic. They're putting you in the Queen of Swords energy because you're already aligned with your mind. You're already aligned with your heart, your soul, the idea, the creativity, the Empress energy. So now it's time to, it's like being in that energy, on point, honest, blunt, intellectual, strategic. You didn't get to this energy because somebody put you there. You got here because you put yourself here. Don't be a statistic down the road. What's that song? What is it, Halsey? You can't live without me. I put you up there, something on the cloud. I put you up there, but somebody wanted to take credit for her getting herself there. Be careful. It's somebody who like comes into your life and all of a sudden like you're really happy, this and that, and then a year from now you reach a low and it's like, oh, they think they put you there. It's like, no. Oh, me being hard on you or doing this or pushing you away made you go in this direction and more self-worth. And I mean, I don't know what people are fucking concocting here, but it's a concoction that was created in the matrix. It does not serve you. This is you. You got the ancestral wheel here, the medicine wheel, and the wheel of fortune. You created change because you wanted change. It's not like, oh, unforeseen change and, you know, maybe they're supposed to step in here. No, not at all. Not at all. And it is. It's somebody who thinks they can get you there. Like, it's even saying that out loud is like irritating, kind of frustrating. Like, you don't need nobody to get you there. You already got yourself there. So I don't know if like you're like I don't even know if you're a blockage. I don't even think you're at a blockage. This is just somebody that, oh, I got a quick idea. I want to run by you. Nope. Maybe down the line you can work with somebody, but not when you start it. This is yours. It's not meant for somebody else to come in and create with you. Not this. This is your creation. This is your path. Yep. So somebody might come in down the road, but not when you start this, not when you build this. You don't need somebody coming around telling you how you should do something or dictating this or how to manage that. You don't need somebody coming in, oh, we should really go in this direction because, you know, there's this one person I watch on YouTube and you should see all the people that he pulls in and how many people listen to him and how many people he inspired. Like, nope. I just said that to you guys earlier. I don't need to listen to anybody else. Why? Why would I do that? So I can take somebody else's idea and twist it? No, I'm onto something myself. I create my own future. I don't need to take somebody else's idea to grab another idea. This person is goal oriented. Oh, let me just write you up a 5-year plan. Here, court, 5-year plan. Amy, Marissa, all you guys, 5-year plan, 10-year plan. We got this. 4-year plan. You're going to go to this college, 4-year plan. And then we're going to write you out a 10-year plan. Careful. Big red flag here. And some of you, I really think they have good intention. You're just dealing with somebody where they got somewhere and they just assume it's going to work for them. They watch a lot of influencers, or they watch, people in the public eye, or they watch how it's done. Like, that's not going to work for you because you are spiritual. Spiritual people create differently. They don't create with other people's thoughts or intentions, or it is what it is. That's what this is saying. Dealing with this energy, you need to be strategic. So I don't know if they're meant to be in your life. If it was reversed, it's like thinking with emotion. So maybe you're supposed to be the Queen of Swords in regards to this energy, because it's not really their business on how they tell you. This is somebody who wants to tell you you're good at what you do and how'd you do that, but they want to execute it for you. This person doesn't get to execute that for you. If like, it's like that whole thing, like, if there's something bothering me, I don't go to a friend or a family member. I don't ask for advice, because my heart, my soul, my gut already tells me what's right and what's wrong. If you need to look to other people for advice in regards to your personal life or what direction you should go into, you're setting yourself up to fail. You should always be creating and listening to yourself. If you feel a little stuck, then get multiple opinions. But be careful, because some people are good talkers and they say the right things. To me, you are not vulnerable enough for this person to come in and completely destroy your energy. But again, with what this is saying, they could be slick enough to say the right thing, and it makes sense to you because of an error that you possibly made in the past. So again, strategically, they're using it against you, but you're not really looking at it like that because you feel like this person has a good intention. You see how tricky things can be? You can be solid and still get caught up in a web because of somebody's words. Unfortunately, that's why the matrix is there. It's there's no way really around that, except for you to continue to go around it. You know how to do it. So I really feel like there's an energy here that it makes a lot of sense what they're saying, but Spirit's just saying, look, it's not going to work. They might have some good points and it might make sense. But again, the main message here is Spirit, honestly, whether this is good intention or bad intention, it's not going to work for you. And you really don't want to miss another opportunity. And again, shifting your energy and allowing another energy to kind of give you an idea or a thought is shifting your energy. That is missing an opportunity. It took you a lot to get to the Empress, guys. It really, truly did. And if you're my masculine that I've been watching for a long time, you're the Empress too. And your masculine energy. We all have that balance. So it's just I read the depictions that come in on the cards. And I'm not going to be that one, like, what's gender? Like, I'm not going that route. I'm not trying to fit in with the modern society. I'm sorry if that insults anybody. There's readers out there. What's gender? One's a vagina and one's a fucking penis. Shut your mouth. I read by depiction. Stop trying to fit in to society. Stop. There's readers out there that I adore, but stop trying to fit into fucking society. We're here to change society. We're not here to fucking fit in. Don't fall off track. Don't jump on the fucking high horse here. Be careful. Be real fucking careful here. This is crucial for everybody with this ascension and where we're going. And again, it can just be your energy. You shifted your energy to where it is now so you can create, so you can procreate, so you can do what it is you're here to fucking do. It's your gifts, it's your idea, it's your brain, it's your creativity. It's your world. Stop letting people take that from you. I'm going to pull this one card. I mean, I could keep pulling and clarify, but this can go in so many directions and it's still going to be the same message. And I just split it again, career transition or victory. It's your purpose. And your life purpose, guys, is really what makes you happy. It's what you're passionate about. It's the fire within your soul. That's what this is. Okay? Don't let other energy get you down. These can just be, you might not even know this energy, and this can just be haters, trolls, haters, people that just don't agree with you. Who cares? Who cares society says you should do it this way? Who cares society thinks you should have a 5-year goal or a 10-year goal so you can retire? Who cares? You're not following your soul. We're not here to live in the fucking matrix. We weren't put here for that purpose. We were put here for the reciprocity to help the universe and live a happy fucking life while helping. So it doesn't even feel like you're helping. But you are. The only reason why we have to push through all these fucking obstacles is because of fucking society. We weren't here when we weren't put here to have to live that life. Again, I cut it at peace and transition again. Peace comes from remembering that love is the only thing that's real. Your soul, your happiness, your inner peace, all that stuff. That's why I said it's crucial for even me in the future to work with children. It's the only way to kind of fix some situations here. Because it's this type of arrogance from certain people that think they have the authority or they can dominate and do this, and because they've accomplished things. Trust me, this energy has not accomplished happiness. This energy does not know how to live a fulfilled life. This is a one-track, let's fill the piggy bank. It might be, let's do this. They might have good intentions. I can leave money, then I can vacation. I can have the yacht I always wanted, this and that. But they're not enjoying life. This is somebody who definitely has goals, has plan, and having goals is great, but it's a different type of goal. It's not It's not soul oriented. It's matrix oriented because it's what they think they need. And then, 1 year it might fluctuate from the next year depending on the economy. No, that's not the way you live. You put yourself here. You're allowing this. You're allowing to be a tag along to the government in this energy. You're just another one of their sheep. You're not a black sheep. Stop telling yourself you're the fucking black sheep. You're not. You're doing everything that everybody else does regarding society. You are not fucking living your life. You are not a free bird. You are not happy with where you're at. This energy strives to be happy. They worry about their energy. They know what's right and wrong. This energy does not succeed because this energy steps in. This energy does not succeed because this energy is in the matrix. This energy succeeds because of their own mindset and their passion for life. Because of what it took for them to continuously build themselves up and up and up and up because of this. You know how many times we have fallen because of people like you? We've fallen enough. Stay the fuck out of our way. We're not here telling you should live like this. That's a fucking knowing you should live like this. Are you strong enough to live like this? Or are you going to get sucked into this funnel? Don't come in and fuck with us. This, oh, you gotta live this way to succeed. We don't fucking do that to you. You don't have to be spiritual to be happy. Stop coming at us with fucking bullshit. Let us be who we are. You want to segregate us, then fucking go ahead. We know how to fucking live our life. We know what's most fucking important here. You know what to do. Trust your inner knowledge. Don't delay. Don't let anybody hold you up. They got you. They don't want you to fail this time. This is your time. This energy might not necessarily want you to fail, but Spirit's not going to let you guys fail here. And a lot of it has to do with the ascension. So we do kind of get to skirt through a little bit, but we earned it. You don't get to skirt through a little bit if you didn't fucking earn it. You're going to have a lot of jealous people around you. Family, friends, haters. How did they do that? How did they just turn their life around like that? How, it's not a fucking class. You don't have time to sit and explain this unless you are that person in this world to get people there. I got us here. And it's not to fall back on this. And I am not going to backtrack and continuously educate fucking people on this. I can't feel bad for the people left behind anymore. or me not being humble enough or not feeling like I have enough compassion for this. I've been there, I've done that. It was a fucking struggle. I chose the struggle. These are people who don't choose the struggle. They accept it and they live with it and they work with it. I chose to work on the struggle, to address it, to acknowledge it. I don't have hate for all the people that came in and out of my life and taught me lessons. I took something from it. I educated myself. I got myself here. You got yourself here. If you're in a marriage, this can cause a divorce, but that's the way it's supposed to be. If somebody doesn't get on your frequency, oh well, it's your life. And I know it sucks. So this, like I said, this could be a painful message for some people. You've outgrown each other. You went in different directions. Stop holding on to the past. Oh, but I invested so much time. I know. Well, that's the problem. You invested into the wrong thing. You weren't able to find the balance. You didn't invest in what was best for you. You invested what was in best for other people. It doesn't fucking work that way. Stop living for your children. Stop living to help other people like that. You have to come first. You can't create and live in fulfillment and happiness when you're allowing other people's opinions and other people's feelings to come before yours. You won't know what it's like to experience this. You don't think I struggled with each and every single individual in my life, changing my life around? Of course I did. Of course I did. There's something else here because the cards aren't coming out yet. So there's still stuff to be said. In order for your kids, if it's really your kids, the only way for your kids to survive and succeed if you break conditioning. And this is not even close to breaking conditioning. This is staying real comfy, just like this. None of this benefits your kids. Oh, why? When you die, you can leave them money. You think that benefits your children? That does not benefit your children if they don't know how to utilize that money. You think you can just tell them to go invest in property and stocks and all the other stuff in the matrix that they want you to invest in, and you think that's it? No. That's not educating your children. We don't hate the people that came into our lives and fucked with us over and over and hurt us and brought us down and stabbed us in the back. We don't hate you. We still want to love. We still want that romance. We want that fairy tale. It is there. We can have it. It's not unrealistic to have reciprocation in a relationship. Stop telling yourself it's fucking unrealistic. It is not unrealistic to live that life. What's unrealistic is allowing other people to tell you how you should live your life and how you should get there. You have no business interfering. This energy does not even know how to manifest. You want to help somebody in the matrix? Go ahead. Maybe you can get them there. You're not going to help a spiritual get there. That's not how income and finances come to them. Living their true intentions and desires and that type of stuff, and living in the momentum and the flow and the life force and dealing like that is what gets them that's it, it's so hard to explain. I know my spirituals understand. It's like a broken record trying to explain that to the matrix. Not my job anymore. I hate that readers are coming in and talking about, what's gender and this and that and blah blah. Like, that's you trying to fit into the modern world. That's shit that doesn't even need to be spoken about unless you have an opinion. So why bring it up if you don't have an opinion? If you're gonna stay neutral, you don't even need to fucking bring it into the reading. People are getting swept away in this shit, and it's making me frustrated and sad, and I can't worry about that. All I can do is what I can do on my end and what I create and have a fucking voice. Please be careful here because this is somebody who thinks they can get you to exactly where you need to be, and they're going to use your past against you. Prime example, Courtney, you weren't able to manage it then. And I don't mean that as an insult, Courtney, but I'm already aware of that, and I'm not taking that as an insult. What I'm taking offensive is the fact that you're not looking outside the box and realizing it could be other things that fucking got me there. It's not just that one thing that you think. Did you get what I'm saying, guys? This person doesn't have the charisma. They just don't have. They're just not thinking outside the box. So if somebody can't see that, it could have possibly been something else that interfered that needed to be cleared up first. Do you see what I'm saying? This is somebody that would hold it against you. Or this is somebody, you go into business with, and 2 years later, you want to expand out or go your own way. This is somebody like, why would you do that? Like, we got a good thing going, or, I helped you get here. But like, it's arrogance without them even needing to shred arrogance your way. It's just, you're not compatible with this energy right now. Spirit just needs to stress that to you. Their way of doing it is, you're going to miss an opportunity. I don't even think you'd hold yourself back. You'd miss an opportunity. You've already allowed the matrix to hold you back. This is why you're Empress. This is why you're here. You didn't just get here because you just started a journey. This is years. Some of you 20 years, 17 years, depending on your life path, depending on your Akashic records, 4 years, 12 years. Like, this is the time. It's the global ascension. Everything that you've been through, and this fucking struggle bus you've been fucking on, and things you've had to freaking maneuver through, was to get here. They don't even want to let you fail. They don't want this energy to interfere. They're not trying to test you here. They're not testing you. This is just an obstacle, an everyday obstacle you're going to have to face because the matrix exists. And until enough people realize that, we're not going to be able to match this energy. We at least got to stop matching this energy. This is why the ascension is fucking here. We need to match energy. Anybody who doesn't want to match and wants to remain in the 3D when we're already fucking in the 5D, they're not going to survive. And it's not like an actual death. It can be just a struggle. I don't know what it will be for you. It's just does not work that way anymore. We are here. We are up against a horrific ordeal here. So don't come in and tell us how we should think and how we should create and how we should maneuver around the fucking matrix. Because we can't get there if you're just gonna fucking do and fucking no. Spirit's gonna make sure we can match this shit. And then we're gonna fucking overtake this shit and you can all fuck off. And if you're smart enough, you'd get the fuck out of this. And it's not because this is better. And I don't have to tell you this is better. You'll already know this is fucking better if you used your fucking soul to make fucking decisions in life. Somebody doesn't need to tell you which one's fucking better. It's a feeling. You act like we're just in our own little fucking world. You can go fuck off. You have no idea what we've gone through. It's fucking insulting to come in and think you can fucking do that. You fucking experienced that, you fucking morons. It pisses me off and it pisses fucking Spirit off. The audacity of fucking people that think they can just come in and fuck with our own creativity and where we should be in life. No, honey, you really don't want to go that route. I'm not here to convince you guys to be spiritual. I'm here to uplift you, motivate you to go in the right directions because this wants to hold you back. This will always hold you back until you change your own mindset. I'm not going to tell you what's best for you. You get here on your own. When you've had enough of this and other people fucking telling you what to do and pushing you around and going a spiritual path is one of the hardest experiences you'll ever have in life. Why? Because it's a choice we made. We weren't born into it. We had to step out of what we were born into. It's just a way of living. It's a thought. It's following your soul, which is what we're supposed to do. The soul is the only thing the matrix can't touch. The only way it affects the soul is when you allow the mental energy of the matrix to overtake what your soul is telling you. You think your soul is here to make decisions. Your gut, you're supposed to make decisions with your gut. Things like that. The energy in the matrix is what floods the stuff we work so hard to clear. I'm not preaching a religion on anybody. It's just the stigma's got to fucking go. The only reason why this energy thinks this energy needs help is because of how they were raised and what society tells them. You don't save us. We're already saved. We saved ourselves. There's nothing beneficial about this energy. Nothing. I can help you. That's just energy taking advantage. Doesn't make them a bad person. It's just, please don't miss this opportunity because you want companionship in your life or you want more money in your bank account. Just please don't make that mistake. Again, we've made that mistake. multiple times. This one only makes it a couple times because they learn to manipulate the matrix. It's harder for us because we don't manipulate. We know how, but we also know that's temporary for us. So stop looking at us like we're taboo or we're doing something wrong. I'm sick of it. You don't know what we did to accomplish this. This is what's going to make us succeed in life. This is what makes us fucking happy. Stop for 1 second. Whoever this is, just stop for 1 fucking second and think about our feelings. I know you want to be like, this isn't about your feelings. It's about where you got to get in life and how do you feel you piggy bank it. Like, stop. This energy doesn't even know how to pick themselves up like that. Now, when you can incorporate all of that and you've had a rough upbringing and this and that, whether it's early in life, late in life, that's life. Because it needs to be incorporated. But when we're in the midst of creating and going in different directions, don't come in and say one way is better than the other. Don't do that to us. Don't do that to your children. Don't do it to your friends. Don't do it to your family. Stop doing that shit. We don't deserve that. This energy has struggled in a completely different way than this energy. This energy has struggled with this energy and this energy. Again, it's not about who struggles more and who doesn't, but in all reality, it is like that. This is more of a struggle because we are here struggling, and then we struggle to get here, and then we struggle to balance this with this. Okay, so we kind of do struggle a little bit more. I know that's not the right words to use, but it is the truth. It really is the truth. It doesn't make us more accomplished or anything. Like, we don't have to put stigma around it, but it really is the fucking truth. People don't escape from this because it's too hard. I was fortunate enough not to kind of get into this, and some people would just be like, "Oh, you were naive, or you just couldn't find your way, or this and that." It's like, no, it's not like that either. That's what you think it is because that's what society taught you. Just because we're spiritual, it doesn't make us more humble or this and that. Or like, have you met me yet? I can be a fucking asshole. It doesn't mean I'm not strong in my belief. It doesn't mean I don't know enough not to educate. It doesn't mean you get what I'm saying? This fucking stigma lately is driving me fucking ape shit. And it's probably because of the direction I'm going in next, because it's unfortunate that I have to maneuver around that in order to fucking help people. It's sad that I have to incorporate that. And I shouldn't have to. But I do have to. I'd rather struggle for a year or two and get here than to live like this for the rest of my life. Because the only thing you have here that we don't have here would be the financial world. This is love and money. We find that balance when we find ourselves. You don't find that balance here until you find this. And then it's incorporated. I might have just confused people there. 'Cause, And I'm not saying you don't deserve where you're at, and I'm not saying that you didn't have a hard life. But we don't need that type of influence. Nobody will ever change me. And I hope I get you guys to where no one can change you. Because that's key in life. We know money is fundamental, but we also get there differently. This money's fundamental, but you guys get there through manipulation. Whether you fucking like to hear that or not, it's fucking true. Yep, there's hard work, but you also know how to manipulate. We don't do that. So yeah, that seems easier, but this is more rewarding. And I know I can't change that overnight. But I'm going to try. Because I know this feels amazing. And I just want everyone to feel amazing. This right here, you're taking this from our children. The angels bring you gifts from their creator. Open your arms and receive it. Relationship harmony. The angels are opening their hearts for everyone involved. Arguments and conflicts can be resolved. If this person is a part of your life, and probably is or will be, I hope you guys can find the balance. Just don't come in and think you can change them, because this energy would never come in and change you. They know if you change, it's because you want to be a better person for yourself. They don't want to live this world. We don't want to live this world. I hope you guys can find the balance. So you got some pretty beautiful energy coming in. Focus on the good stuff. Focus on the things that make you happy. Continue to persevere. I love you guys, and I hope you have a fabulous rest of your day. And I will see you soon. Bye, guys.